Chapter 1084. Golden flames burned and lit up 1,000 miles of land. At this moment, Xiaori was like a small sun hanging in midair. Zhongshou only felt an extremely pure yang power inject over and cover his body. It caused the dark and cold evil energy to instantly reduce by 40%. However, the red jade necklace still shattered. This was why the evil energy stabbed into his heart like a needle. The moment it entered his body, Zhongshou heard the sound of a dragon and phoenix clashing. It was like the roar of the will of heaven and earth. Then, a pure white pillar of qi soared out from his body. Not only did it cause the yin and evil energy to collapse, but also spread 770 feet into the clouds. It caused the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to float. Around this pillar of air, there were giant dragons and colorful phoenixes flying around. This is a Qilin. The yin-yang heart needle curse was broken, and Zhongshuan suffered a backlash. He spat out a mouthful of black blood. His eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. Saint King energy, dragon and phoenix clashing. You are the Saint Ruler? How is that possible? How is that possible? You are the enemy of the Confucians, the ruler of the Nanman country. You didn't govern for 7 years and acted so preposterously. You didn't follow the rules and didn't care about respect. I don't believe it. He muttered to himself. His skin was turning gray at a visible rate. He said that he didn't believe it, but Zhongshuan knew that Zhongshou was invulnerable to evil and was protected by the heaven path. If he wasn't the Saint Ruler, how would things end up like this? Taoist Master Yuntai had lost half of his body, but now he had recovered a little. Chu Shui had the Blood Moon Blade, and her combat strength was comparable to Saint Realm, but she still wasn't his match. After he calmed down, he started to turn the situation around. Seeing the situation, Yuntai couldn't help but sigh. Qilin beside him, Saint energy covering the body, as expected from the Saint Ruler. Before this, he was informed by Qing Xian through his mind. However, it wasn't as shocking as personally witnessing it. He also noticed that the number of times he sighed bitterly today exceeded the total number of times he had spent in the past 1,000 years. Lu Li's face was dark, and sunken like water was about to drip out. He looked towards Zhongshou. His eyes were dark and sunken. He felt really preposterous. This Taoist master, who went against the teachings of the Confucian school, was actually a sage recognized by the heavens and earth. Was this the heaven path will of the cloud world, rejecting the teachings of the Confucian faction? At the same time, doubts arose in his heart. Was what he was doing right now right or wrong? Perhaps Sage Zhu Zi had been a little too arbitrary back then and had acted too rashly. Even if this person said that he wanted to wipe out Confucianism, there was no need to be so anxious to make a ruler the enemy of Confucianism. Shou Lin thought. He didn't think too much about it, and he didn't recognize what the Saint Ruler Qi was or what the dragon and phoenix cry was. It wasn't until a moment later that he realized that the exotic beast wrapped in flames was the legendary auspicious beast, the Qilin. That brat is actually the sacred lord. Only at this moment did he finally understand why the 60,000-plus purple Qilin flame spear cavalry of the Dao sect would lose control of their mounts and be completely annihilated. Why were the attitudes of Snow House and Yuntai so weird? They were sure that Zhongshuan's yin-yang heart needle curse would be useless. He had indeed heard that the 3 ancient emperors of the Cloud Desolate era had the body of a sage monarch. After being stunned for a moment, Yin Yu's face immediately flushed red. Jealousy, dissatisfaction, envy, confusion, all kinds of complicated emotions rushed into his heart. This world is unfair. Yin Yu, was diligent and tireless. He had ruled the country for 100 years and had never missed a single morning court session. However, this Zhongshou didn't care about politics, pushing all administrative matters to the officials. He followed the rules and followed the teachings of the Confucian faction. He treated the scholars well and didn't dare to make any mistakes. He fought with aristocratic families, with officials, with the 6 factions. To maintain the fate of the country, he pretty much spent all his effort. However, This Zhongsho lived a carefree life, passing all his power to others. He knew that there were many sects and merchants, but he didn't suppress them. Instead, he supported them. It caused the sects in the country to be strong, many martial cultivators and numerous merchants, leaving many problems. How could they be compared to him? Why was this Zhongsho able to obtain the recognition of heaven and earth and be filled with saint energy? As for him, Inu, he could only struggle bitterly. After today's battle, the country was showing signs of collapsing. His face was ashen white. Black blood flowed from the corner of Inu's lips. At this moment, the entire battlefield suddenly quietened down. It was not only the Qian army that had stopped fighting. Even the remaining hundreds of thousands of Taishang soldiers stopped resisting, raising their heads and looking into the sky. What about the Qilin? Did I see wrongly? Qilin, the legendary auspicious beast Qilin, born from eating good energy. Only in a prosperous era, when the saint ruler is on the throne, can it appear. Everywhere it passes, the weather will be good and the world will have a huge harvest. My ruler actually has a saint beast Qilin. In legends, didn't only the 3 ancient emperors have one? Which is why those Confucian faction scholars keep saying that they want to restore the rule of the 3 ancient emperors. They say that is when the human race of the cloud world was at its peak. At the start, it was only some people who were discussing in whispers. Not long later, it spread to the entire army. Speaking of which, that Zhu Zi from the Confucian faction said that the ruler is a tyrant, a muddle-headed ruler. Going against the flow, messing with the rules, is he just spouting nonsense? That is true. They say that he is the enemy of the Confucians, but the ruler has done so many bad things. How can His Highness be a muddle-headed ruler? The people of the world were all cheated by those Confucians. Tell me, is Sage Zhu Zi wrong, or is it the world's fault? The ruler is ruling the country. All the cities directly under our Donglin are all full and warm. My family's income is a full 15 to 16 times more than before. Although it is a little expensive to buy things, it is much better than before. In the past, there were many wars in Donglin, and we didn't even have enough to eat. However, after His Majesty unified Donglin, the riches of the cities are something that even the Central Cloud Continent people are envious of. Who knows how many merchants came to Deqian to live in the chaos of the Central Cloud Continent? It is obviously what the people want. After His Majesty took the throne, he was invincible, expanding 100 million miles. The country is prosperous and the people are at peace. This is the work of Minister Ren and concubine Yao, right? To have so many good officials working for Deqian, isn't he a saint ruler? I heard that His Majesty has expanded 76 worlds and built the Deqian celestial dynasty. He is really ambitious. Our Deqian merchants are building cloud ships and are prepared to expand their business to the outer region. At that time, our lives will be more prosperous. The entire battlefield went from silence to uproar in just an instant. At this moment, the people at the front of the Deqian army noticed that many of the enemies in front of them had placed down their weapons and knelt on the ground. The Shang army actually surrendered. This battle is already a hopeless situation, so what if they don't surrender? They are fighting an unjust battle to suppress the saint ruler. They're going against the heaven and earth. Even if they die, they won't be able to leave hell. Since he is the saint ruler, naturally, he won't treat them badly. The ruler is victorious today and will sweep the cloud world and crush the Taishang. He will set a foundation that won't change. If I were them, I would also surrender to the ruler, to work for the Saint King and expand our territory. More and more Shang ruler soldiers totally gave up on resisting. Their weapons and armor were all thrown to the ground. It even affected the 200,000 Dao soldiers of the aristocratic families. Have you all heard about the oath that the ruler made in the common people's vast habitat a few months ago? There is actually such a thing? I have never heard of it before. I have heard of it. Although I am the ruler chosen by the people, I know that water can sink a boat, but it can also carry it. This is why I give the people power to rule. Under my rule, there is a difference between rich and poor, a difference between strong and weak, but there is no difference between noble and lowly. I use the law to rule the country such that the strong won't bully the weak. The ruler is the same as the people. If you break the law, you will be killed. I can't equalize the rich and the poor. I can't balance the power, but I swear to rule the people equally. I swear to protect the people of the world. I will hold this sword and swear to become the Heaven Emperor. I will become the ruler of the 33 skies, the emperor of the people, the ruler of the 10,000 celestials. Under my rule, no matter what race, people, celestials, we will all be treated equally. I might not be able to create a truly equal world, but I can rule the people, a fair world, and just laws. As the ruler of the Qian country, I will use this sword to protect the people of the cloud world from being enslaved by the outside races and not let them suffer the calamity of war during the cloud desolate era. Everyone listened quietly, engraving each and every word in their hearts. Ruler of the 33 skies, emperor of the people, ruler of 10,000 celestials. Junshang is so bold, using laws to rule the country, such that the strong won't bully the weak. The ruler and the people are the same. If they break the laws, then they will be beheaded. If he can do that, then he is a saint ruler that is hard to see in 10 million years. Even today, our Qian isn't that bad. The officials are all elected by the people. Now, which noble dares to ignore us commoners? To be able to be born in this era and follow the ruler to expand our territory, sweep the cloud world, and even conquer the outer regions, it is really our fortune. Since the ruler has made such a vow, then we will hug him to the death. We will go through fire and water. We won't hesitate to die. They were all filled with emotions, unable to control themselves. I remember that the ruler also said that the Confucians have harmed people, too many to record. The doctrine of hiding from one another is harmful to the laws of the country. Who knows? Maybe one day they will burn books and bury Confucians. Hiding from one another? There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with that. Scoff. Hiding from one another. Naturally, the officials can protect one another. If this goes on and the laws of the country don't exist, how can we live? Speaking of which, the Confucians are afraid, which is why they treat the ruler as the enemy of the Confucians. That Zhu Zi didn't expect the ruler to be the saint ruler of the world, right? The people below were in deep discussion. Shualai's face was ashen white. The discussions of the people showed that they were all against one another and couldn't be underestimated. Zhongshu took in a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. Just you wait. You've really angered me this time. Chapter 1085. Just you wait. You have really pissed me off this time. Looking at the altar below and the corpses of the 3,000 kids around Zhongshuan, Zhongshu felt a stabbing pain in his eyes. The vengeful energy on his sword became thicker and thicker. Although these 3,000 kids are my fault, they died because of me. With a slight flick of his sleeve, Xiaori charged down from midair and pounced towards Taoist Master Zhongxian. The latter's expression changed slightly, and he instantly made a hand sign, and a spell sword appeared. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out in all directions. However, the moment the spell was activated, it affected his injuries. Although he had entered Saint Realm a year ago, the Yin-Yang Heart Needle Curse went against heaven and earth and would consume 1,000 years of his lifespan. At this moment, the backlash from the righteous energy of heaven and earth nearly swallowed all his true essence. His chakra meridians were broken. The amount of power he could use now was extremely little. The spell sword was smashed by Xiaori's palm and then charged to his side. With a claw, Zhongshuan's head and body instantly turned into meat paste. Looking at Zhongshuan die, Zhongshu felt that the pent-up anger in his chest was slightly vented. He really wanted to kill Zhongshuan, but at this moment, he could only do so. Then, he looked towards Shueli, his eyes filled with mocking intent. This is what your Confucian faction does? If you are unhappy with my actions and see me as an evil demon, you could just fight fair and square. It was even possible to assassinate him. Why do you need to use the lives of these 3,000 kids to use this evil technique? Why do you need to see them as ants and look down on their lives? Lu Li frowned. He wanted to say that this was done by Yin Yu and Zhong Xuan, and that it had nothing to do with him. Then he thought about how he was there and knew about it. He shook his head. They are all children of sinners and deserve to die. There is no need to pity them. Deserve to die? Even if they deserve to be killed, they can be dealt with according to country laws. Why do you need to use such an evil technique to wipe out their souls, such that they can't even reincarnate? Zhong Shou shook his head, his expression filled with disbelief. Your Confucian faction has a saying, don't do to others what you don't want done to you. Is this how you, Lu Li, carry out the words of the saints? This muddle-headed ruler had done such an unethical thing, using such an evil technique. As one of the Confucian scholars, not only did you not try to dissuade him, you even agreed to it? Lu Li only felt his face turn red. He snorted coldly. What are you trying to say? There was no such thing as evil or righteous in this world. What was evil was the human heart. If I can kill you, I'll do anything. In other words, in order to get rid of me, you're willing to do anything to achieve your goal. Zhong Shou laughed coldly, his eyes filled with mockery. I know that the core of the Confucian teachings is the word benevolence. According to the Book of Rites, it is said that the love between upper and lower is called benevolence. The Book of Rites, Confucian Conduct, says that the one who is gentle and kind is the root of benevolence. Lu Li's heart tightened. He felt that Zhong Shou's words were like whips lashing his body. The Book of Rites. The 4 systems of mourning apparel. Those who speak of benevolence can observe their love. The Analects of Confucius, Yong Yi, also said that a man who is benevolent is a man who stands up when he wants to stand up. Even your ancestor once said that from crying out one's grievances, the more one wishes to be pitiful and benevolent, the more wrong it is. Also, the Book of Rites. The mean. Those who speak of benevolence are humans. Note, humans are also people, read like dolls. Mincy has said the same thing. Those who speak of benevolence are humans. If humans can't be benevolent, then how are they different from animals? Ask yourself, do your actions conform to the teachings of the saints? What face do you have to enter the Confucian faction? Are you worthy of the few saints of the Confucian faction? With each sentence he said, Lu Li's face turned a little whiter. The vital energy in his chest was weak, and there was a sweet taste in his throat. He was about to spit out blood. Only then did he realize that his Tao foundations were actually floating. He instantly understood. He knew that he was personally witnessing the saint ruler being questioned by these words, and his soul was being impacted. It actually caused him to start to doubt himself and doubt the Tao that he was practicing. This kid in front of him was really vicious. Zhong Shou touched his sword and smiled. Does Mr. Lu know that after today's victory, there will be 5 decrees that will be spread to the world? Lu Li didn't understand. Why did Zhong Shou choose such a time to say all this to him? However, it successfully made him curious as he listened solemnly. The first decree is to reorganize the 3 law divisions and think of a ministry to be independent of the prime minister. Maida Qian officials and nobles will be under their jurisdiction. If there is a need, or if I break the laws of the country, then even I can ask about it and punish them. From now on, all corporal punishment will be abolished. Only a life for a life. Lu Li was stunned. Listening to what Zhong Shou said, the king was actually under the law. Even if a ruler broke the law, he would be punished like a commoner. As for corporal punishment, it was something that the Confucian faction chased for thousands of years, but couldn't obtain. The ruler was worried about his subordinates rebelling, worried about the officials being greedy. This was why they set up the punishment of 9 generations of the family, slicing at the waist, etc. They didn't allow the Confucian faction to have a say. A strong landlord wanted his servants to listen to him, worried that the commoners would steal his wealth. This was why they had whipping, torture, etc. Although the Confucian faction chased after benevolence and forgiveness, the things they did often went against the law. Today, These ideals were going to be completed in the hands of this incapable ruler? Preposterous. How would this incapable ruler truly pity the commoners? Corporal punishment is cruel and harms the labor force. If the laws of the country were strict and the commoners were safe, why would they need to break the law? Why would we need to use cruel laws to warn them? Within Qian, all corporal punishment can be replaced by labor. Harming the labor force? Replaced by labor? So that was the case. As expected, it wasn't because he pitied the commoners. Thinking about that in his heart, Lu Li bit his lips, his face turning purple. The second decree, using the tax to subsidize the farmers. Your Confucian faction is saying that our Qian focuses on commerce and ignores agriculture, and that sooner or later we will collapse, right? In truth, our Qian values workers, farmers, scholars, and merchants equally. Zhongshu still understands the principles of farming and war. The income of the farmers is meager, and sooner or later everyone will have to work frequently. This is a huge problem. Since that is the case, then I will subsidize them so that they can farm peacefully. Lu Li scoffed coldly, but his heart was shocked. Privately, he had mocked Zhongshu and Qian's policies more than once. He said that even if the Taishang did not go on an expedition, China would collapse in a short while. However, he did not expect that Zhongshu actually had such an idea to use the tax to subsidize the farmers. What a fantasy. However, speaking of which, this problem of farming and grain could not possibly become a weakness for China. Workers, farmers, scholars, and merchants, in the eyes of this ruler, were workers and farmers above scholars and merchants? The third decree, all the servants and workers in the world need to set a salary base and limit their working hours. Also, since the tax is taken from the commoners, it naturally needs to be used for the commoners. I will order the cabinet to push out retirement funds so that the workers and farmers of the world won't be lonely in old age and can enjoy peace. Lu Li's eyes were filled with shock once more. Why was it such a weird country again? It is just buying people's hearts and wasting the country's resources. However, within Zhongshu's pure white energy pillar, a thread of golden energy was actually born. It was still extremely pure and clean, but it was even more majestic. It made one feel like they were willing to bow down and worship it. Above, the dragon and phoenix roared once more. The dragon's roar was majestic, and the phoenix's cry was clear and crisp. Saint Emperor, Lu Li's eyes constricted once more. Before this, Zhongshu was only a king, a wise king. At this moment, he could be compared to the three ancient saint emperors. However, what kind of mysteries did Zhongshu's country policy have to actually cause such a huge change in his luck? To cause the world to be so happy? To cause the strength of the country to be so prosperous? Zhongshu shook his head. It was really difficult for the people of this era to understand the concept of spending. Only when they were old and worry-free would the people of the cloud world be willing to spend money and not hide their hard-earned money in their own cellars to rot. The Confucians always said that they wanted to hide wealth among the people. But what was the point of doing so? The Qian country's wealth, rather than storing it in the treasury, why not return it to the people? The fourth decree is to clear out the land, officials and gentry all taking grain. From today onwards, all land transactions will be banned. The Qian imperial court will invest money to buy and sell to the landless commoners, to equalize the land of the world. At this moment, not only Lu Li, but even Yun Tai's body shook. Wasn't this Zhongshu afraid of offending all the nobles in his country? Wasn't he afraid of people rebelling? No. What did this Zhongshu have to fear? He controlled 3 million undefeatable troops and even defeated the Taishang. He was respected by the people of the world, and his reputation within Qian was unparalleled. Such a country policy benefited everyone. Even if the aristocratic families were unhappy, they couldn't go against such a trend. Due to the Confucian faction, many of the Qian disciples who were taught by the saints broke away from the Qian imperial court and even colluded with the Taishang. Even if they wanted to stop it, they couldn't. After today's battle, They had to be wary of Zhong Shou and settle scores with him, settling the crime of betraying the country, equalize the land of the world. He remembered that when the Taishang Taizu started the war, he had mentioned it. After he unified the world, he didn't do anything about it. Zhong Shou's methods were much gentler and more feasible. Maybe he might succeed. Lu Li's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He understood that the moment the 4 decrees were out, close to 90% of the people's hearts would be swept away. How would the Confucians deal with this? Although this wasn't burning books, it was 10 times more vicious than what the Qin Emperor did in the past. If the people's hearts were lost, how could the Confucians claim to be the only righteous sect in the world? Looking at it with his eyes, he saw that the golden energy glow above Zhong Shou's head had silently increased by 100 feet. My 5th decree is to gather all the scholars in the world to comment on the Confucian faction. Talk about the merits of the Confucian faction. Talk about their faults. Talk about their teachings. He paused. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Zhong Shou's lips. Naturally, today, Inu ordered this evil cultivator to use 3,000 kids to perform this evil technique. You didn't help and didn't look at it. What would the people of the world think about this? Inu's body shook, his fists clenched tightly. This Zhong Shou wanted to make the Taishang and Inu be despised by the people of the world? Black blood seeped down from the corner of Lu Li's lips. He was in a daze and gave out a tragic laugh. What a saint ruler! Your words really hurt my heart. I, Lu Li, am the sinner of the Confucians. It's a mistake, a big mistake. He actually used his own sword to kiss his neck. A sword light flashed. Lu Li's head fell down amidst the bloodlight. Chapter 1086. Lu Li kissed his neck and died. Zhong Shou's eyes didn't even blink. He was a little emotional. However, this wasn't the time to pity his opponent. At least you have some guts. If he was a shameless person, then his words today would have been for nothing. This Lu Li wasn't a true hypocrite. Then, he looked towards Inu. Zhong Shou laughed coldly. Lu Li was already dead, so who else could protect this Deqian ruler? He casually slashed out, like a white cloud shooting through the air, directly stabbing towards Inu's throat. Stop! Yuntai Jinren was anxious. He was filled with rage towards Lu Li, who had already died. The Confucian faction people were like that. The more prominent a Confucian scholar was, the more important he would be to his reputation and the evaluation of his character by the world. In history books, there were many people who died to prove their loyalty. This Lu Li was the same. However, why didn't he look at the situation now? Even if he wanted to kill himself, why not after this battle ended? At this moment, if Inu died, the Taoist faction and Confucian faction would lose their last bit of ability to go against Zhong Shou. The blood-colored blade light swept over once more. Circle after circle covered down, forcing Yuntai to be unable to break free. Inu's eyes were filled with rage and despair. However, just as he was about to die, the space beside him was forcefully ripped open. A fist suddenly struck over. The fist wasn't big or small. The skin was like white jade, even more delicate than a girl's. However, when it struck through the air, it was like the entire heaven and earth was sucked into the fist. The sword and fist clashed. Instantly, a wall-like energy spread out. It caused the space to start to collapse. Zhong Shou's brow rose up. He didn't even need to think to know who this person was. Shuriwe. This fellow still came in the end. He wasn't willing to sit still and watch as Inu died here. That is me. I don't want to be enemies with ruler, but I have no choice. They were pretty much on the same level, forcing back the sword light. The fist retracted, bringing Inu's body to retreat out of the void. His Majesty is the ruler of the world. He can't fall here. Zhong Shou didn't feel shocked or angry. His thoughts were still calm as he slashed out with his sword. For my Deqian, I won't let him escape. The sword energy, 100,000 feet of sword energy, chased into the void. The voice on the other side scoffed coldly. Heaven's seal. He opened his fist and formed a hand seal. It smashed it. Estes. Looking at it, this sword of decent quality actually had a hole in it. When Lin zest estes, a tease to beat tis tes. Several coughs of a young man spread out in the void, like he was in pain. What a slaying sword! Not seeing you for a few years, ruler sword path has become so strong. If I am free, I really want to spar with ruler in the martial path. His voice became softer and softer. Shuriwe and Inyu's men had fled far away. Zhongsho didn't bother, frowning as he looked at the sword in his hand. The strike just now seemed like he had the upper hand, causing Shiryue's injuries to be not light. However, the entire Deqian's country's strength merged into the sword. It was also when the country's fate was changing and was flourishing. Even then, Shiryue was still able to save them and leave safely. Emperor God, fist again. This 12th tier, world-destroying Imperial Dao Grand art was truly impressive. Even hundreds of worlds away, he was able to borrow the strength of the country, using power as the bone, strength as the muscle. The bigger the power, the stronger the strength. However, the core of it was the word Dharma. Zhongsho's martial path cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, but this Shiryue seemed to be even stronger than him. As expected, this person used laws as his foundations. He first had his own Dao path, and then gave birth to tens of thousands of techniques. This was why his cultivation was difficult at first, and then easy. In the past, what he learned was really messy. Only after he stepped into the spirit realm did he try to merge many techniques to form his own Dao path. This was easy at first, and then difficult. At this moment, Shiryue might not have exceeded him, but he could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. He was ashamed. He relied on numerous fortuitous encounters. The Liu family world burning blood, Xian Shuang's master's spirit dream-inducing technique, as well as the imperial demon slaying sword diagram to reach his current realm. This Shiryue didn't have a bloodline legacy like him, so he might not be luckier than him. Sure enough, he deserves to be the hero that dominated the world and made the Xeno race of the Outer Realm submit to him. He was really lucky to have such an opponent. Laughing involuntarily, the emotions in Zhongsho's chest calmed down. Brother, sure, you can save Inyu, but you can't save the 16 million troops north of Min River. You can't save the Taishan country that is on the verge of collapse, so why bother? Thank you, ruler, for your reminder. Shiryue's final laugh spread out. As a general, one must know how to give up and give up. I can't do anything about the 16 million troops, and I know that Commander Kong has made arrangements. However, I have my own way to protect our Taishan. When the word Shang landed, Shiryue's aura totally disappeared. For a full 10 breaths, Zhongsho was still unable to lock onto where he was. When Inyu left, Yuntai was delighted. Then, he saw Zhongsho's cold gaze looking over. He was shocked. Only then did he realize that he was still in a desperate situation. He wanted to struggle to the death, but he saw that cold sword slash through the void with an irresistible strength. Heaven Path. Yuntai instinctively thought back to the common people's 7 swords. It seemed right, but it was still the slaying sword intent, but it had some heaven path power. Was this helping the heavens to punish evil? Looking at Zhongsho, he noticed that even the person who used the sword didn't notice that there was something wrong with the sword. So that was the case. Zhongsho had the Saint Emperor body and was buffed by the will of heaven and earth. Normally, there wouldn't be any problems. However, once one was hated by heaven and earth, or something that heaven and earth were jealous of, one's combat strength would multiply. This was helping the heavens to enforce justice. Any evil demon that was hated by the heavens would be really weak under Zhongsho's sword. Forget it. He would just give up his body for the Taoist faction. He just didn't know if what he did today was right or wrong, a blessing or a curse for the Taoist faction. Yuntai gave up all thoughts of resistance and simply closed his eyes. He allowed the sword to shine on his body and rip his soul to shreds. So easily, shock appeared in Zhongsho's eyes. He originally thought that even if he worked together with Chu Shui to totally kill this person, they would need at least 5 to 6 rounds. They also had to prevent him from going all out at the brink of death. who knew that this person didn't have any thoughts of resisting at all. Weird. Zhong Shou shook his head. He didn't have the mood to think about it. Maybe this person regretted his actions, or maybe he couldn't think straight. Looking down, the battle in front of Jiuqi Palace was coming to an end. Most of the Taishang army had surrendered. Only a portion of the elite Dao soldiers raised by the various aristocratic families were still resisting. Those tens of thousands of demon cavalry had already retreated. Unfortunately, the tunnel was too narrow. Close to a third of them died under the swords of the common people's mysterious dragon warriors. A large portion of them didn't dare to wait at the entrance of the tunnel, spreading out in all directions. They charged into the swamps and forests. Just by looking at the situation, one could see that it was already not bad if even a tenth of these demon steeds managed to escape. Leaving without fighting would cause the great Shang army to collapse. But at the end of the day, did they preserve some strength for the demon sect? Zhong Shou smiled, causing everyone who saw it to feel a chill down their spines. Assassinating his officials, massacring his people, how would he let the demon path sects off? How would he give the demon sect a chance to breathe? He stepped in the air to the side of the blood Saint Demon Lord. This person was facing Ao Kuan in the air. Ao Kuan smiled and didn't attack. However, this demon sect peak Saint Realm didn't dare to easily flee. Zhong Shou walked 1,000 feet away, looking forward with a teasing expression. This demon lord was below one person and above tens of thousands of people in the demon path. I remember that a month ago you said that. Within this month, you won't be able to eat, won't be able to sleep, and will be worried every day. A month later will be when I, Zhong Shou, die. The Blood Saint Demon Lord's face turned green. Do you think you won? That you can kill me today? Zhong Shou was stunned. Looking closely, he understood. He calmly shook his head. So, it is an incarnation. The person in front of him wasn't the main body, but an incarnation with at least 90% of the main body strength. However, forget it, the higher the combat strength, the more expensive the incarnation was. To be able to cause the incarnation of the Blood Saint Demon Lord to die here, it would also cause him to feel heart-wrenching pain. The Blood Saint Demon Lord laughed coldly. Without waiting for Zhong Shou to attack, a layer of blood-colored flames burned around his body. It burned his body bit by bit. Zhong Shoxin knew that the Blood Saint self-ignited not because he wasn't willing to fight back, but because he didn't even have the courage to fight. It was to prevent Ao Kuan from destroying the path foundations of the incarnation, which would also affect the main body. He looked on quietly from the side and didn't stop him. Our grievances have already been settled and can't be solved. Today, I will also give you a sentence. From today on, I will make you unable to sleep at night and live in fear, until you die under my sword. The Blood Saint Demon Lord was startled. He thought about something, and his expression changed once more. He reached out and wanted to grab Zhong Shou. However, his entire body turned to dust. You're a decisive person. You made me unable to get close to you at all. Ao Kuan laughed and looked towards Zhong Shou. Are you really prepared to pay such a price for this person? If I don't, I won't be able to vent my hatred. Zhong Shou nodded his head. Even if he lost his chance to swallow up the mid-planes, he would wipe out all the demon path sects within. Moreover, with Shuriwa here, his chances were really small. With this person's ability, he definitely had a way to stop him. When Zhong Shou returned to the carriage, he saw that Kong Yao was holding a talisman and was in deep thought. Zhong Shou's brow rose, and he snatched it. Then he understood. Just 4 hours ago, 130 warships and 700,000 soldiers had landed in the southern wind region. Surround Wei to save Zhao, attacking where the enemy was going to save. Chapter 1087. Let's take a risk. Actually, that south wind cloud continent might not be a place we have to save. Kong Yao took in a deep breath. Our Qian still has 300,000 troops there. A month ago, we recruited millions of cultivators and can still hold on for a while. At this moment, if we can take advantage of the internal chaos in the Taishang to take over the mid-plains, we just need to spend some effort to deal with the 700,000 troops of the Shi family. However, what I am worried about is that Shiyue's methods won't stop there. To go against Artichian, Shiyue naturally wouldn't only have such methods. At this moment, the one who spoke was Zhang Huai, who was walking in the air. Before this, he was hiding in the Jiuqi Palace to watch the battle. Now that the army had won, he ran out and coincidentally heard the two of them speak. Don't forget that his father Shi Qianli is the South Settling General, North Suzhou Provincial Governor. He controls 7 provinces in one continent, close to 200,000 troops. Zhong Shou and Kong Yao exchanged glances with one another. The two of them didn't know about this matter. A grave expression appeared on the latter's face. Shi Qianli? The Shi family was one of the aristocratic families in the Taishang that was only weaker than the 5 big families. Because of the Yuanshan Emperor, they were not famous for many years. However, Kong Yao had heard of this person before. His ability to use troops was no weaker than Fei Yin, and he might even be better. There were legends in the North Desolate Army. With Fei Yin as the commander, he could cause the northern barbarians to return in defeat. However, with Shi Qianli as the commander, those tribes wouldn't dare to invade the south. He is just the North Suzhou provincial governor, and he has less than 200,000 troops. 4 great Shang to conquer the south. I'm afraid they have already used up all their elite troops. However, there is still a Shiyue. Zhang Huai shook his head. The world that Shiyue rules is different from the Deqian celestial dynasty, where he is surrounded by enemies and needs to defend against the shadow demon and night demon races. He definitely won't only bring back 700,000 troops. The key is that 100 Victory Pass and that Yangtze River. Zhong Shou thought for a moment and understood Zhang Huai's intention. Baixing Pass was located east of Taishang, west of Jixi, close to Ganqi Island. The terrain was strategic, guarding the southeast. As long as there were enough soldiers to block this place, even if there were tens of millions of soldiers, it would be difficult to break through. As for the Yangtze River, in this Taishang water system, the situation was the opposite of the Min River. The Taishang's boat masters were flourishing there, while the Taishang side was completely empty. Even the narrowest part of the Yangtze River was more than 40,000 feet long. Without the protection of the warships, it was almost impossible for the Deqian army to cross the river. As the North Suzhou provincial governor, Shi Qianli had the power to use the strength of the navy. Was he going to cut his wrist? Completely abandon the 5 southern provinces, concentrate the 1,000,000 troops, and guard the 100 Victory Pass, thus protecting the rest of the Taishang's territory. Was this what Shiryu meant when he said that a general needed to know how to make a choice? It is still the same problem as before. Kong Yao shook her head. Shi Qianli is only the North Suzhou provincial governor. His power is limited. He can't control Jixi. Even if he saves Yinyu and gets the decree from Emperor Yuanshan, he can control the war in the southeast. He needs time to move troops. The south is flat, and if I attack with the cavalry, Shi Qianli won't be able to do anything. He could have just falsified the decree. Seeing Zhong Shou and Kong Yao both stunned, they couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Huai smiled. With Emperor Yuanshan's current situation, he won't have time to bother about all this. Instead, he will rely heavily on you. Moreover, this matter is really beneficial to the Shi family. Do you think Shi Qianli won't dare? The aristocratic families of the Mid-Plains are all famous for being bold and domineering. Kong Yao was astonished. Only then did she realize that her way of thinking was totally different from those aristocratic families. At that time, she was a general in Shang and was really loyal. She didn't dare to go against His Majesty's orders and treated them as imperial decrees. However, these aristocratic families were different. Within their own land, they didn't even bother about the country laws. Other people wouldn't be able to do such a thing. As the head of the Shi family, Shi Qianli didn't feel any pressure at all. He also wouldn't worry about Emperor Yuanshan's feelings. If that was the case, then it would be really problematic. Actually, this is a good thing. Using a snake to swallow an elephant. Even if we can swallow it, our Qianli will have to face more problems. If we aren't careful, our stomach will burst. Why don't we build up our foundations after this battle and then make plans? Jiangnan was also rich, the land of fish and rice. Their grain production was several times that of other places. Furthermore, the population was really dense. Minestone veins were only weaker than Huizhou's. Taxes pretty much took up half of Taishang's land. Its income was comparable to 7 Tianfeng worlds. However, due to corruption and the aristocratic families controlling it, most of the income went into private pockets. Although the martial culture here was slightly weaker, it complemented that of the south of Donglan. If we manage it well, we can unify the cloud world for the Qinli, our foundations that won't change. Like he was worried that Zhongshou and Kong Yao wouldn't be satisfied, Zhang Huai spoke without stopping. Zhongshou didn't feel disappointed. Actually, to be able to swallow these 5 states was already really satisfying to him. It was a huge joy. Be it in the past or the future, these 5 states in the south were the essence of the cloud world. They were heavily taxed. They just needed to sweep out the evil energy and get rid of all the problems. Just these 5 states alone would be able to surpass Donglin Cloud Continent in a few years. Without going all out on the military, it wouldn't be a problem to provide for tens of millions of troops. At this moment, his thoughts weren't here anymore. The Qinli is already formed. There's no need to take risks. After this battle, you can order Rin Tianxing to lead 800,000 elites to South Wind Cloud Continent. The remaining troops will be led by concubine Yao. Zhang Huai will assist. After crushing the Shang army north of Min River, you will be in charge of attacking the mid-plains. You have the power to make decisions. Kong Yao and Zhang Huai bowed and accepted the order. Although there were still tens of millions of Taishang troops north of Min River, the two of them didn't care about them at all. Without Dao soldiers supporting, they just needed to use cavalry to cut off their path of retreat and cut off their grain. At most, in 10 days, these 16 million troops would collapse. Zhongshou gave them the power to make decisions for the Shi family. If that Hunter Victory Pass was blocked by the Shi family, then they could stop at the few states south of Taishang. However, if they didn't, then the Qinli didn't need to be courteous. As for South Wind Cloud Continent, the 700,000 troops of a Shi family wouldn't be a problem. The 4 million cultivators and spirit masters that Xiu Wei recruited were being trained. As long as South Wind Cloud Continent could stabilize and suppress the rebellious cities. At most, in 3 months, they would be able to stabilize. If Shiryu knew what was good for him, then he should have retreated. Expand the Blood Cloud Cavalry to 50,000 and try to recruit Grade 6 experts to train 30,000 Black Fox Iron Cavalry in the Cloud World. Apart from that, you can choose elites from the army. A sharp glow appeared in Samuraim's eyes. Send out a decree to wipe out the demons. Order all the cultivators in the world to chase and kill the demon sect disciples. Kill a Grade 9 disciple, and you will be rewarded with Grade 8 Mind Stones. The higher one's cultivation, the higher the reward. The Great Qian Book Depository could also be opened. As long as one killed more than 100 people, one could choose any of the Grade 7 and above martial arts and spells in the book depository to copy. This time I'm going to wipe out all the demons. It was mainly martial arts. This time Zhongshou collected many martial arts and spiritual techniques when he was outside. The main thing was that a small portion of the 9 capital Celestial Dynasty's treasures had landed in his hands. There were also those close to 200 Celestial Realm cultivators in the 9 Extreme Death Jail, who each had their own legacies. Grade 8 Absolute Earth, Grade 9 Heaven Shocking, and even Grade 10 Saint Spirit. Naturally, Zhongshou didn't care about them. However, to those factionless cultivators in the cloud world who lacked resources, they were really precious. If they missed this chance, it wouldn't be so easy to find top techniques in the future. Kong Yao and Zhang Huai weren't surprised. In the past, the Taoist faction did something similar. However, Zhongshou charged into the central continent and wiped out 37 sections. They could also see that the vengeful energy in Zhongshou's chest had been accumulated for a long time. It wasn't easy for him to bear with it until now. At this point, there was no need for him to bear with it anymore. The demon sect Dao soldiers were pretty much all wiped out. Apart from End Realm and Saint Realm experts who could restrict one or two, the demon sect had no way to go up against Qianli. Those few spiritual houses, spiritual mountains, and shrines were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. However, this meant that they would have to split their forces. They would take down 100 Victory Pass and continue to spy on the southwest of Taishan. From the upper reaches of Yangtze River, the chances of them entering the mid-plains would be much smaller. However, firstly, the chances were really small. Secondly, they knew that Zhong Shaxin had already made up his mind and they couldn't persuade him anymore. Thus, they kept silent and didn't say anything. They only had some objections to the rewards that Zhong Shou gave out. Ruler, our Qianli doesn't have many mind stones, and we need to raise an army. Why don't we open up martial arts and spells? Ruler's conditions are also a little low. Those who kill 100 demon sect disciples can choose grade 7 techniques and spells. As for the 8th grade, it required at least 1,000 people or at least 10 spirit realm devil cultivators. Grade 9 requires 10 celestial realm. Demon sect techniques are special and can be detected from corpses, so we aren't afraid of people faking it. Zhong Shou's brow rose up. He didn't comment, but it was a silent agreement. At this moment, the outer region of the sky slowly calmed down. The endless heavenly sky, forbidden spatial devilish formation that had been set up by the 3 Dao integration stage devilish Confucian sects had already been withdrawn. The spiritual senses of those few end realm experts didn't spread out in the air. The cloud layer above the battlefield spread out and threads of sunlight shone down. The private Dao soldiers of those aristocratic families were crushed by the blood cloud cavalry led by Zhong Yuan. At this moment, they had no way to fight back and had to surrender. Samuraim's eyes were cold as he looked into the void. Although those people had left, those wills were still firmly locked onto him, lingering around him without dispersing. Wisps of malice surged toward him. Zhong Shou laughed coldly and didn't fear it at all. If those few end realm experts didn't personally attack, just their spiritual senses wouldn't be able to crush him. While Zhong Shou looked into the sky, the soldiers below were looking at him. Along with the yin power of the yin-yang heart needle dissipating, the white energy pillar disappeared without a trace. Xiaori retracted his Qilin form and laid lazily on Zhong Shou's shoulder. However, under the shine of the sun, the white jade imperial carriage was wrapped in a 7-colored spiritual glow, making it look really divine. Saint King, one person knelt down, and the hundreds of thousands of people on the battlefield all knelt down. Long live the Saint Ruler! Our Qian is invincible and invincible. A tsunami-like voice swept over. Zhang Huai smiled and bowed. If you don't have a proper name, then you won't be able to speak properly. Your subject requests your majesty to proclaim yourself as emperor. Chapter 1088. In Gantia Mountain City, all the tea houses and restaurants were filled with guests. It wasn't that during the Taishan War, these people still had the mood to eat and drink. Instead, they gathered here on their own accord. In this place where news gathered and spread, they waited for news and rumors from the central continent. Since a month ago, the people of Gantia Mountain City were in a state of panic. Even if they had enough confidence in Zhong Shou, the 18 million troops of the Taishan were suppressing them. If it was before, normal people wouldn't know about the existence of the 6 factions and the various sections. However, Qian had many dojos. The ruler was weird. Not only did he not allow sex, but he even encouraged them to open dojos to recruit disciples. This was why in Qian, even normal civilians knew about the strength of the 6 factions. Not to mention the Confucians, the Taoists were in charge of the cultivation world and had 3,000 sections. Not to mention the commoners, they were undoubtedly the top faction in the cloud world. The demon path wasn't much weaker and also had numerous subordinate sections. The 3 factions working together made one's heart heavy. Every day when they had nothing to do, the people of Gantia Mountain City would gather in the tea houses and restaurants to discuss the matters in the east. Jinyu Pavilion was a tea house in the south of Gantia Mountain City. It was famous for its elegance and style. Opposite, It was the branch of Linhai College in Gantian Mountain City. At this moment, Gantian Mountain City was a prosperous city comparable to the imperial capital. Deqian also supported dojos and colleges to educate and open up the wisdom of the people. This place was said to be the branch of Linhai College, but the head of the college had the intention to move the college here. However, at this moment, the doors were tightly shut. Although that was the case, Jinyu Pavilion was still filled with Confucians. Apart from that, there were many rich merchants nearby. Instead, it was even more lively than usual. It has already been a month, and the Taishang army still hasn't broken through Min River. This Kongyao is actually so amazing. Using 3 million people to fight 6 times their number, the army actually has no way to take advantage of them. She is just using the geography of Min River and that navy. I don't think she can last for long. Demon woman, betraying her lord. I'm willing to lower myself. Deqian did not offend people with his words, and his words were without restraint. Therefore, as long as it wasn't intentional, one wouldn't be guilty. However, when the Confucian scholar said these words, the surrounding people's expressions only changed slightly before they acted as if nothing had happened. They were all fearless. Deqian was now in a precarious situation. Who knows, it might collapse the next day. At this time, who would dare to inform the authorities, and who would dare to punish them for their crimes? If he were to go to prison, it would not be a bad thing. On the contrary, he would be able to gain prestige among the scholars and become a famous scholar. I can't say that I'm a traitor, but I'm still an accomplice to the evildoer. I don't know right from wrong. I heard that Zhongsho had recruited hundreds of thousands of barbarians in the southern border a few months ago and built a Juqi palace. Imitating the ancient Jiezhou's extravagance, he also took in tens of thousands of beautiful women. The soldiers at the front are fighting a bitter battle, but he enjoys himself every night and even indulges himself in debauchery during the day. As expected, he is licentious and immoral. Wasn't it the same before the expedition? He almost never paid attention to national affairs. He sure has good luck with women, but I wonder how long he can enjoy it for? In the end, he is a barbarian king. He can't compare to the mid-plains Saint army. This so-called Deqian will definitely fall. Within the restaurant, not everyone was on the same side as these Confucian scholars. At this moment, most of them kept silent. However, there were some who were filled with righteous rage. What nonsense are you spouting? After the ruler ascended, he swept the 6 directions and never lost. The country's political system is clear. The country is rich and the people are strong. Swept the 6 directions and never lost? Hey, he was undefeated in the past, but that doesn't mean he won't be defeated in the future. It is just because he hasn't met an opponent. Political system is clear. A bunch of officials chosen by ignorant commoners. What do these people know? Doesn't that mean that whoever is rich will get more benefits? Who can become an official? So what? If those rich merchants want to become officials, they need to give us enough benefits. Ignorant. Why would such people become officials? So why would they care about the people? Our Confucian school disciples are taught by the saints. Everyone wants to rule the world and restore the 3 ancient emperors. In the eyes of that Zhongsho, they are useless people who should be killed. Even if they are used, they can only be officials and can't be the main official of a region. Even if they are lucky enough to become officials, they still need to be supervised by the meeting hall. What kind of logic is that? Then do they need an imperial exam? I don't see how good the Deqian is. This is a system that has been passed down for 10,000 years. It has created several generations of matters. How can you barbaric people know the benefits? You all slander and scold us. Once our Deqian returns victorious, let's see how the ruler will deal with you all. I'm afraid he won't have that chance. Sacrificing myself for a righteous cause, why would I fear death? However, there were also people who gathered at the side and discussed softly. They didn't join in the argument. Everyone's faces were filled with worry. The Taishang focuses on agriculture, scholars, farmers, merchants. If we win, who knows what will happen to us? Will we be exploited by those aristocratic families? Although the current Deqian regime is a little preposterous, it is still not enough. We don't need to worry about those nobles extorting us. As long as we have enough money, we can even control the country's politics. If it was the Taishang, that might not be the case. You all don't need to be so lucky. I moved over from the mid-plains. The current Taishang is like tigers, and the officials are like wolves. In their eyes, we're like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Unfortunately, the ruler doesn't accept donations and also doesn't raise taxes. If it is for this battle, even if I donate half of my fortune, I am willing. It isn't that serious. We still have hundreds of thousands of miles of cloud ocean. At this moment, within the Jinyu Pavilion, there was only one place that was totally silent. The three people sitting there were all silent as they quietly listened to the conversation. Two of them looked to be in their 30s. The one sitting beside them was a teen around 16 or 17 years old. His actions were really mature, and his expression was solemn. Brother Yangming, what do you think? Who will win this battle of Shang and Gon? The one who said these words was Nan, facing north. His skin was tanned, but he looked extraordinary. At this moment, his tone was filled with the intention of asking for advice. Wenwei, why are you asking me such a question? The person who was called Yangming shook his head and laughed. However, his expression turned serious. Wenwei, it isn't like you don't know the current situation of the Taishang. The grain depots in the world are actually empty. An army of 18 million sounded majestic and awe-inspiring. However, the grain that the Taishang amassed over the years can only provide for a month. Looking at the Deqian people, I have seen people worried about the battle, people scolding, but have they worried about food and clothing? That one Wei was a really smart person and instantly understood what he meant. Speaking of which, Brother Yangming doesn't have high hopes for the Taishang. You think that if this drags on, the Taishang will definitely lose? The Deqian people didn't worry about food and clothing. This meant that this battle hadn't exceeded the limits that the Deqian country could take. Based on what he knew, within the mid-plains, many people were fleeing. Commoners were displaced from their homes, and some places were even riddled with corpses. It wasn't because of natural disasters, but because of people. I see that Kong Yao's strategy is very methodical, as expected of an unparalleled commander. Not to mention a month, even if you give the Taishang half a year, they might not be able to break through the Min River. That Yangming held the wine cup in his hand and said in deep thought, His Majesty didn't know before the battle, but now he should have noticed the situation and would try to break out of it. Looking at the Deqian ruler, he doesn't want to drag on any longer. This is why there are still many variables in this battle. Victory and defeat will be decided within 10 days. However, Shorin is still looking at the Deqian ruler. His Majesty probably isn't his match. That one Wei immediately hissed and sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that the person in front of him was not only the top of the cloud world in terms of literary talents. His martial path and art of war were also the top in the world, no weaker than the so-called geniuses of the world, especially his art of war. In terms of troops, no one in the same generation was his opponent. Every time there was a war, this person's judgment was always right. Although he mocked himself for being an armchair strategist, in his eyes, his good friend wasn't someone who could only brag. If he could lead 1,000,000 troops and fight on the battlefield, he might be someone like Kong Yao. He could rule when he was off the horse and lead troops when he was on the horse. He was an all-round talent. His archery skills could even kill a Saint Realm expert within 1,000 miles. The Taishang faced the enemy with 6 times the number of troops, and this person actually predicted that the Taishang would lose. This battle concerned the battle for supremacy in the cloud world, who would belong to the south of the Central Plains. If it was as he expected, then the world was about to change. The team beside him was a little unhappy. Teacher, that Zhong Shou is someone that Zhu Zi chose as the enemy of Confucianism. This person built a wine pool and meat forest during the country fate battle. He probably isn't a good ruler. How would our Taishang lose to him? Emperor Yuanshun is also the hero of the Taishang. How can he be compared to him? That Yangming chuckled and didn't argue with him. He only used a hand knife to knock the teen's head. Seeing is believing. Donglin is such a barbaric land. How can it be so prosperous? That Zhong is such a person. How can he easily believe what others say? The teen exclaimed. He was furious but didn't dare to say anything. His teacher never talked reason with him at such times, only using violence to speak. At this moment, he could only say in embarrassment. Meng Zi said, "Those who use strength to convince people won't be convinced because their strength is weak. Those who use virtue to convince people will be convinced." You want to use reason to convince people? Zhongxi, you seem to have memorized that sentence well. Yang Ming laughed, not holding back at all as he used a hand knife to knock the teen's head. I'm teaching you not to argue with reason. Even if you want to refute my words, you need to take out a logical argument. Our Confucianism has many conflicts and conflicts because we don't have logic. We have to investigate this. When Wei smiled, I heard that during these 10 years, the emperor didn't do anything. When that ruler was in charge, it was really rare. Instead of saying that it was the work of the ruler, it was better to say that it was the work of a wise minister. He smiled. Moreover, it is also true that the great Shang ruler is building a palace in the south. That is what I don't understand. Yang Ming shook his head. After the Qin and Han dynasties, they all said that it was best to not do much in politics. The early death of the Qin Sui can be used as a lesson. However, looking at this Qian country, there is construction everywhere. However, looking at the people of Donglin, do they look like they are in a difficult situation? Chapter 1089. After the Qin and Han dynasties, they all said that it was better to have less taxes and not do much in politics. The early death of the Qin Sui can be a lesson learned. However, looking at the Qian country, there's a lot of construction going on. However, looking at the people of Donglin, do they show any signs of hardship or unwillingness? Speaking of this, Wen Wei was also rather puzzled. Speaking of which, it is weird. In the Qian country, roads and cities have been renovated in recent years. Not caring about the strength of the people, China is the best. However, the people don't find it tough and instead find it joyful. Apart from those vassal cities, all the land directly under them is prosperous. He sighed and said, thinking about it, it should be related to the Qian abolishing the corvée labor. All the projects are done with a lot of money to recruit strong people. The Qian imperial court and the high officials are afraid that the money in the treasury can't be used. However, I still haven't figured out the economics within. Those merchants said that money can make money. Yang Ming nodded and said, Shoren also didn't figure out the details. I only roughly guessed that it has something to do with the circulation of money and spirit stones. That is why I invited Brother Nye to come to the Qian. Let's walk around and take a look. However, the way that Zhongxu is doing goes against the teachings of the saints. The teen frowned. For example, abolishing the imperial examinations and the meeting hall. How can a wise ruler treat scholars so harshly? Thus, the third hand knife landed on the teen's head. Zhongxi, what the saints say might not be right. The headmaster of the academy once said that there would always be someone to learn from. Even saints had times when they did not know things and made mistakes. Times have changed, and the principles of the ancient times might not be suitable for today. We can't scold and reject just because we don't understand and feel disgusted. The meeting hall is set up to choose officials from the people. Isn't that treating scholars like us well? In the 10,000 years of our Confucian faction, many people chased 3 generations of rule to revive the ancient Zhou dynasty. Actually, there are also many people who know about the dangers of a strong ruler and want to restrict it. We can't control the world and have no control over it. Thus, there was the theory of Dong Sheng being connected to the heavens. You can only treat the symptoms but not the root of the problem. The affairs of the world should be shared with the world. It is not for the master of the world to be private. It is to treat the world as the world, not to treat oneself as the world. Although it is not easy for 10,000 generations, it is still possible. Since the Qian monarch has already limited his sovereign power and included himself in the rules of etiquette, then he should not be allowed to do so. This could be said to have fulfilled the wishes of countless predecessors of the Confucian school. However, since the monarch has limited his own power, what law does he have to control the officials? With just a few words, Wen Wei fell into deep thought. Even the young man, who was rubbing his head with a look of dissatisfaction, remained silent. At the same time, on the second floor of Tonight Rain Pavilion, there was a different scene. A few middle-aged men dressed in scholarly attire were chatting and laughing, full of joy. In that case, His Majesty is already preparing to launch a surprise attack on the Juqi Palace? Exactly. This time, the three factions worked together to teleport the 800,000-strong army thousands of miles away. Together, they sealed off the outer realm. That Zhongsho won't even be able to escape. If the monarch does not keep the secret, he will lose his subject. If the subject does not keep the secret, he will lose his chastity. Aren't you afraid that the news will be leaked, causing that incapable ruler to be wary? No worries, this was 4 hours ago. We only found out after the three factions and the Emperor army attacked. Who knows, maybe at this moment, victory has already been decided over at the Juqi Palace. Ah, the name God-Falling Plains is really fitting. I have to congratulate Brother Yu. This time, you caused all the colleges in Donglin Cloud Continent to close. You also caused the Confucians of Donglin to resign from the Qin dynasty. With such achievements, you can become a minister in the imperial court and your name will spread far and wide. With Brother Yu's 20 years of experience in Linhai College, entering White Deer Cave College is a sure thing. That's right. Which one of the teachers of White Deer Cave College isn't a famous Confucian? Which one of them isn't famous in history? The person at the top had a red face, slightly waving his hand. This is still something that isn't confirmed. So what's the point of saying all this? However, if that day really comes, I won't forget all of you. Donglin being taken into the land of the king will definitely rely on the local scholars. I will try my best to fight for it in front of all the people. He smiled and said to the other middle-aged man in the corner, "Besides, how can my future be compared to Brother Wang Wei's? Being valued by the imperial court head, in the future I will have a meteoric rise. Ruling a province isn't a problem." That Wang Wei smiled proudly, holding his cup and not speaking. The people around him all congratulated him. Between his words, there was also a hint of regret. Sigh, we finally have a place to rise up. Under that stupid ruler, we're living like dogs. Luckily, Zhu Zi is smart to treat him as the enemy of the Confucians and instigate the emperor to suppress him. If not, who knows what would happen in the future? That stupid ruler deserves to die. Which one of the Qin dynasty city lords didn't respect us? You deserve to be defeated today. Just as they spoke, their hearts moved as they all looked out of the building. He saw a vast golden light flying over from the distant horizon. It came from the west, from the direction of the central continent, landing towards Gantian Mountain City. This is the Golden Lubu Talisman? The Confucians present were all stunned as they looked at the shining golden talisman. The Golden Lubu Talisman was a type of message talisman. However, it didn't hide the information within. Any cultivator who saw it could use their spiritual sense to check it out. In ancient dynasties, each time there was a huge victory or a joyous matter, they would use this talisman to announce it to the world to let the people know. Does that stupid ruler want to play the Lubu talisman trick? With a joking tone, one of them mocked out. However, the expressions of the people around slowly turned cold. A few strands of spiritual sense probed upwards and touched the golden dew talisman. When they used their spiritual senses to sense it, their bodies all shook, their faces ashen white. Ruler personally led the imperial army to defeat 800,000 Taishang troops in the God-Falling force. He killed the enemy south, conquering General Fein, and captured 20 grade 4 and above experts. Over 200,000 surrendered, and many weapons and armor were obtained, regretting that the Taishang emperor fled alone. What kind of joke is this? Yuding's body shook, using his hand to touch his forehead, and nearly fainted on the spot. How was that possible? Didn't they say that although the Juqi Palace had many troops, the three factions and the imperial army were confident in winning? Even if that Zhongsho was lucky enough to escape, He could obtain large amounts of grain to support the south border battle. Why did they lose and wipe out all of them? Speaking of which, those 400,000 Tao soldiers were all gone? No. Taoist faction Purple Qilin Flame Spear Cavalry, Demon Sect Sky Demon War Cavalry, and Yuan-Shi Demon Spirit Cavalry. How strong were they? Even if they lost, they could still escape. It must be that Zhongshu faked his victory to calm the people down. This stupid ruler is about to die and still dares to play such a trick. Yuding didn't make a sound, but Wang Wei gritted his teeth and helped him say those words. The Taishang had 800,000 elites and 400,000 Dao soldiers, able to fight against 4 million enemies. How is it something he could swallow just because he wanted to? That's right. Isn't the news a little too exaggerated? Everyone exchanged glances with one another and laughed while shaking their heads. However, their expressions weren't as relaxed as before. In just a moment, there was a loud explosion outside the building, and cheers rose up all around. The few people present all had cultivation. Although they were hundreds of feet away, they could still hear it. Our Qian won. We really won. We wiped out the Taishang elites. Apart from 10,000 demon cavalry escaping, the 800,000 troops were wiped out. Ruler built the Jochi Palace, not to enjoy, but to lure the enemy. This time, we will wipe out all the Dao soldiers of Great Shang. I told you that ruler wouldn't be so dumb to such a level. Is it true or false? Looking at what was said in the document, it was hard to tell if it was true or false. It was a little mysterious. The news spread out from the country guarding duke. I heard that after the country guarding duke heard it, he laughed out loud. He took 10 jugs of wine and invited friends and family to get drunk. That's what the news from Duke Hao's mansion said too. Arditian has won and has entered the mid-plains. From today on, Arditian will be the ruler of the cloud world. The news I got here came from the dojo of the Kinzo sect Hantan sect. Supposedly, the Dao temples of the various sword sects in the city have already posted notices that they want to open their doors and recruit disciples. That Song Sheng Dao College is also prepared to recruit more students. Sentence after sentence spread into the ears of everyone, causing the atmosphere in the room to become more and more solemn. If it was only the Diqian who spread the news, it was just a one-man show. However, along with the Kinzo sect and Song Sheng Dao, exchanging glances with one another, the few Confucians saw that the faces of their opponents were ashen white, revealing a look of fear. Their hearts were also filled with shock. Could it be that the news of victory was real? Not only that, I heard that when the ruler defeated the enemy, there was a fire Qilin by his side, majestic energy charging into the heavens, dragon and phoenix roaring. Qilin by his side, dragon and phoenix roaring? It seems like only the 3 ancient emperors and legends had that. The teachers in the Common Life College also said that. They said that it was the aura of a saint king. Monarch, he is the true living saint monarch. When he heard that, Yu Ting's expression relaxed. He shook his head. What a joke. What Qilin, saint ruler. Even if it is fake, it doesn't need to be so exaggerated. He saw that one of the people was holding a paper crane that had flown over who knows when. His face was alternating between green and white, blood seeping out from the corner of his lips. Yu Ting's brows furrowed, slightly curious. Brotherly, why are you like that? Only then did that Prince Li raise his head. His eyes were like dead ashes as he swept the people seated. It is a message talisman from my master. He had participated in the Forbidden Sky domain formation, so he had witnessed the battle with his own eyes. He said that the Dao soldiers of the 3 factions are all gone. The Taishang army is wiped out. The ruler has a Qilin by his side. His body has the Saint King white energy and is protected by heaven and earth. Not only is he not an incapable ruler, but he is also not an enemy of the Confucians. He is the Saint King of the world. Zhu Zi has made a huge mistake. He is a sinner of our Confucian faction. Their hearts nearly stopped beating. The few people in the room were all petrified. Shut up. You dare to slander the saint. Those words were stuck in Yu Ting's throat, but he was unable to say it out. The master of the kid in front of him was just a slightly famous Confucian. What on earth gave him the courage to question the saints of the Middle Ages? Chapter 1091. At this moment, the Tonight Rain Pavilion was as silent as death. All of the Confucian scholars present were sitting there with blank and pale faces. They seemed to have lost their ability to react as they muttered to themselves. Those Confucians who only agreed and didn't say anything bad all had a look of relief in their eyes. Within Qian, one couldn't use words to offend people. The words they said weren't enough to cause them to be convicted. At most, if people found out, it would be tough for them to enter the government. The few people who were cursing were completely disheartened. All of their energy and spirit had disappeared without a trace in this instant. On the contrary, those merchants and rich people were all pumped up and delighted. Jun Shang, he actually won. Ruler ascended at 15 and expanded tens of thousands of miles in these 10 years. He also laid down a huge foundation in the outer region. Although he hates ruling the country, his military strategy is unparalleled. How can such a ruler be compared to Taishang's Emperor Yuanshen, who could only defend the city? How can he be the stupid ruler that the Confucians are talking about? What amusing is that those Confucians really thought that ruler built the Juqi palace for fun. Ruler isn't some arrogant Zhou. I couldn't stand it long ago. They are actually so rude. I really wish Jun Shang could capture them and cut them into 1,000 pieces. Their words didn't bother about the many Confucians in the pavilion as they mocked. However, the current situation had already flipped. If it was the latter, they would be furious but not dare to say anything, all of them feeling dejected. TSK. Luckily, I locked my kid at home and didn't allow him to come out. This kid was tempted by the Confucians and actually believed Zhu Zi's words. Those Confucian colleges are really troublesome. Now that our Qian has won, can we move into the mid-plains? Jiangnan is undefended, so we should be able to take it down, right? The 5 states of Jiang and are famous for being rich. In the southern corner, Yang Ming and Wen Wei were looking at each other in a daze. Zong, she was also in a daze, totally distracted. Taishang losing was something unimaginable to him. The Mid-Plains Emperor dynasty was really strong, 10 times stronger than Gone. How could he be defeated so easily? However, looking at how everyone was speaking in unison, it seemed like it wasn't fake. 800,000 elites were all wiped out in front of the Juqi Palace in the Godfall Plains. Looks like the world is really going to be in chaos. Yang Ming took a sip of wine and sighed. He expected that Yin Yu and the 3 sects would try to break the stalemate. He had also guessed that the Taishang might attack from the Juqi Palace. He had no choice but to enter the battlefield that China had chosen. However, he did not expect that the Taishang would lose so miserably. 800,000 men was only 1 out of 22 of the 18 million strong army. However, at this time, Taishang's spine had been completely broken by Zhongshu. Although there were still tens of millions of troops north of Min River, they were already meat on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. They were powerless to reverse the situation. After losing these elite soldiers, the north of the Taishang would be in an even more dire situation. As for the country itself, it was going to be chaotic. It's not just this world that's in chaos. Wen Wei laughed bitterly and frowned. Although the world was in chaos, there would also be disputes within the Confucian sect. There were countless factions within the Confucian sect. In the past, the Confucian sect was the strongest. With Zhu Zi suppressing it, the side factions within the Confucian sect could only bow their heads and not say a word. However, after this huge change, who knew how many people would jump out and question Saint Zhu Zi? Yang Ming, in your opinion, how trustworthy is it that the Qian ruler is the reigning saint? He was most concerned about this matter. If Zhongshu was really the ruler recognized by heaven and earth, then the current situation of the Confucian sect would be much worse. Zhongxi also perked up his ears and was also curious about this matter. I don't know about this either. Yang Ming shook his head. After all, he had not seen it with his own eyes and did not know the real news. How could he be sure? However, if the Dacian ruler is really the saint, Then he has the Qilin as his companion. Then, the Taoist sect's purple Qilin flame spear cavalry will definitely be wiped out. Oh, Wen Wei's eyes flashed, and he understood what he meant. The Saint Beast Qilin King had the ability to counter the Xian Flame Golden Qilin Beasts of the Confucian sect. The purple Qilin Flame Spear Cavalry was a top Tao soldier, but if they faced a true saint ruler, they wouldn't be able to fight back at all. It seemed like the defeat of the three factions was due to this. If not, why would they lose so badly? Most probably. Speaking of which, the Gan country ruler's actions are the true path of a benevolent king. He was recognized by the heavens and the Tao. How was that possible? It's so preposterous. Zhong Shi was in a daze. Today's matter had a huge impact on his ideals, and it could be said that it was toppling. He is the saint ruler. Yang Ming looked out of the window in a daze. As they say, a gentleman doesn't stand beside a collapsing wall. I am prepared to move my family over to Donglan. From what I see, the Taishan won't collapse in a short period of time. However, this time, Wen Wei wasn't surprised. The Da Qian won and had become the overlord of the cloud world. The country was strong and the people were happy. On the contrary, the Taishan was in a precarious situation after this defeat. Even if they could maintain it, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Actually, when he heard the news of the Da Qian victory, he had such a thought in his heart to temporarily move to Donglin to avoid the chaotic world. If possible, it is best to become an official in the Da Qian. If we want to observe the economy of this country, it will be like looking at flowers in the fog, and we won't be able to understand it. Only after becoming an official and holding a certain amount of power can we understand the foundations. Zhong Shi was shocked and anxiously said, but that Taishan ruler personally said that he wants to burn books and destroy Confucianism to wipe out our Confucian faction. Yang Ming didn't reply, only exchanging glances with that Wen Wei and smiling. How would they not know that the Da Qian ruler was only unhappy with the current Confucian teachings and Zhuzi? They believed that in the Confucian faction, they weren't the only ones who saw through this matter. Zhong, she still wanted to speak, but outside of the Jinyu Pavilion, a heaven-shaking cheer spread out. The ruler has won. There are 5 decrees to spread to the world. Farmers don't need to pay taxes and instead will be subsidized. This is really a legend. Speaking of which, our Da Qian taxes are really little. Instead, the 3 taxes take up 90%. It is okay to remove them. Set up retirement funds for the farmers and workers of the world, so that the people of Da Qian can be taken care of and won't have to worry about 10,000 years of poverty. His Majesty is really a saint ruler. Demon-slaying decree? These demon path people really deserve to die. If my cultivation wasn't not enough, and I was only grade 2, I want to personally kill a few of them. Remove the 3 law divisions and set up a law department. They won't listen to the cabinet and will only be supervised by the meeting hall. From today on, the ruler will be under the law. If the ruler breaks the law, he will be punished the same as the people. I don't understand. How weird. The ruler is a rare saint ruler. So why is there need to do this? Remove all physical punishment? Good, good, good. The ruler is really benevolent. However, why couldn't my nephew meet such a saint ruler earlier? He only took 3 rounds of money and cut off 3 fingers. Even if he regrets it now, his broken limbs can't be regrown. Banning all land transactions, the government will buy it and give it to the landless people. Is there a need? Farming now doesn't earn money. My family has long wanted to sell some of their land. Who knows how much the government will subsidize? A bright glow flashed in the eyes of Yang Ming and Wen Wei. With a flash, they were outside of the Jinyu Pavilion. The place where the notice was posted was not far away, 2,000 feet away on a greenstone wall. At this moment, this place was filled with people. Who knows how many there were? Luckily, the 2 of them had the ability to float in the air. Their spiritual eyes could see 1,000 miles. Looking out from afar, they were able to see all the contents of the notice. Wen Wei instantly sucked in a cold breath. The moment this decree goes out, the hearts of the people will all belong to Da Qian. If he can do that, then the ruler of Da Qian is indeed the saint ruler of the world. Yangming looked around. The officials will take in grain and distribute land equally. This plan can be said to have offended the nobles of the world. What is weird is that looking at the situation here, these people actually have no intention to resist. Among the crowd, there were many rich people and even officials. However, some of them were filled with righteous indignation and dissatisfaction. Although some of them were unhappy, most of them were expressionless and didn't care much about it. It was obvious that Zhongshu's decree didn't touch their sore spot. Was it related to the policy of focusing on commerce? Yangming was deep in thought. When one did business, one's income far exceeded that of farming, and one might even lose money. To these people, there was no need to keep the land in their hands. Actually, be it Donglin or Southwind Cloud Road, they were both vast and sparsely populated. There were still numerous pieces of land that could be developed. Zhongshu's plan was most probably to prepare for entering the Central Cloud Continent. First, he set the country policy. When he entered in the future, he would face resistance from the aristocratic families of the Central Plains. However, it was better than the country policy being held hostage by these aristocratic families in the future. His plans were far-reaching. He was becoming more and more curious about this Dacian ruler. Unfortunately, he wasn't famous enough and had no chance to meet him. Shaking his head, Yangming looked at the last decree. He heard an arrogant laugh in his ear. Is the king under the law? What Sun Zi wished for and what Hanzi wanted was personally realized by a Tsang Shengdao disciple. What would the two of them think if they knew about this? The descendant of Shi Zi, who advocates for equality in the world, is the saint ruler. Has the heavens really opened their eyes? That laughter reverberated for miles, attracting the attention of everyone here. Even Yang Ming and Wen Wei were also curious and turned their heads. They saw a middle-aged prince dressed like a scholar, but he didn't care about his appearance, walking into the distance, gathering the scholars of the world to comment on the Confucian faction, talking about the merits of the Confucian faction and their faults, commenting on the Confucian faction. How vicious, but I like it. As expected from the emperor of Shengming, he is much stronger than that Qin emperor. Yangming kept silent. Zhongshu's decree was indeed vicious. He wanted to rip open the Confucian faction for everyone to see. Wen Wei frowned and wanted to walk up. However, Yangming reached out and stopped him. This person seems to be from the legalism faction, the line of Hanzi. Chapter 1092. That person won the Battle of Nanjiang in the end. Outside of Lingyun Palace, Chu Kuangren stood on the clouds with his hands behind his back. His eyes were dim as he looked at the stars in the sky. That battle that decided the life and death of the Great Gan country and the rise and fall of the six factions was something that all the sects paid close attention to. They sent experts to monitor the situation in Nanjiang. This was why when the 60,000 purple Qilin flame spear cavalry were wiped out, Lingyun's sect had already received the news. It is actually a Qilin, a saint ruler. The shock in Yin Feibai's eyes still hadn't faded. He turned around and looked behind him. His face was filled with luck. Zhongshu was labeled as the enemy of Confucianism by Zhu Zi and also had a blood feud with the Taoist faction. Everyone in the world could attack him. A few years ago, close to half of Lingyun's sect disciples died under the Blood Cloud cavalry. This enmity and hatred was something he could never forget. At that time, pretty much all the elders in the sect thought that they saw a chance. They wanted to move the entire sect to attack Donglin. However, they were suppressed by Zhu Rinquang, who thought that Lingyun's sect had suffered heavy losses. What they needed most was to rest up and develop the next generation of disciples. They shouldn't rush to take revenge and join the wars of the world. Thus, emotions surged and thousands of disciples gathered in front of the palace to denounce the sect leader. They saw Zhu Rinquang as the center of Lingyun's sect. However, at this moment, the disciples gathered in front of the palace had already scattered. Reality proved that Zhu Rinquang's decision to stay away from right and wrong was correct. His persistence could be said to have saved the entire sect. They really didn't dare to imagine that if they joined in, Ling Yun's sect would be surrounded and attacked by the Deqian cavalry. Senior Master, why are you worried? This time, Ling Yun's sect was able to get out of this because of your decision. Although the elders didn't say it out loud, they were very grateful in their hearts. The disciples below are also very happy. Zhu Renquang came back to his senses and passed a talisman to Yin Fei Bai. This is Senior Master Wen Su's talisman for me to officially take charge of the entire sect. Yin Fei Bai's brows rose. This was a joyous matter. His senior master used to be really arrogant. However, since he became the sect leader, he became more and more stable. Later on, he would be impartial and deal with sect matters in a disciplined manner. Many people felt that Zhu Renquang was much stronger than Long Ruo, who was apologetic on the outside but arrogant on the inside and brought a calamity to the Ling Yun school. Zhu Renquang said leisurely, "Apart from that, the ancestor told me to personally head to Donglin to express my loyalty." Finally, he would be able to set up a Dao Academy in Deqian and participate in foreign expeditions. He said that you are the saint of the present age, the only one in 10,000 years, and my Ling Yun sect cannot be your enemy. Yin Fei Bai was stunned. Did Ancestral Master Wen Su mean that he was ready to completely give up on the hatred between him and Zhongshu? In other words, those thousands of disciples had lost their lives in vain. He also understood that although Zhu Renquang had stopped the sect from falling into the abyss, he was still unwilling. However, he didn't feel anything in his heart. At this moment, the Ling Yun sect no longer had the qualifications to seek revenge from the Deqian. If they didn't participate in the great undertaking of the Deqian saint, the sect would only weaken even more. Sooner or later, even Ling Yun Palace would not be safe. Patriarch is wise. Yin Fei Bai's spiritual sense swept across the decree. Only on the side of the two Taoist ancestors. This time the Taoist ancestor called for the subordinate sects to provide Dao soldiers, but Ling Yun's sect didn't participate. If they leaned towards Gantian Mountain, they would be cutting themselves off from the Taoist faction. Qing Xian and Taiwan Taoist ancestor? Naturally, they will inform Ling Yun vast habitat. Zhu Renquang laughed coldly and didn't care at all. They probably won't stop us. If not, in the 5 states of Jiangnan, what would happen to the 274 sects of our Taoist faction? Yin Fei Bai understood and then kept silent. Deqian was currently ruling the world. The 3,000 Taoist sects that lost the protection of Dao soldiers were all trembling under Zhongshu's knife. Especially within Deqian territory, they needed to rely on the saint ruler. Even with the ability of the two Taoist ancestors, they couldn't order their sects to give up their foundations and be enemies with the Deqian. The situation in the world had changed, and one couldn't help but feel heavy. With the strength of that person sweeping the southeast, it wasn't impossible for him to unify the cloud world. On the other side, Gohanyun's mood suddenly relaxed. With the Void Inquiry Talisman, it meant that the grievances between Ling Yun's sect and Zhongshu would be totally resolved. She didn't need to worry about being enemies with that person, although the distance between them was getting further and further. Thinking about it now, if I could refute Senior Brother and persuade him, he would be able to accept me. How good would it be if the sect accepted him? Now, I'm afraid, Zhu Renquang said with a melancholy expression. Then he gave out a self-mocking laugh. It was already in the past, so what was the point of saying all this? At that time, his status was low, and even if he said it, he wouldn't be valued. He would just make things worse. At the same time, 3,200 miles away, a young Taoist's brows were tightly furrowed. Behind him were 12 identical swords that circled around his body. Saint King. He is actually a Saint King. Saint King, a saint ruler. He needed to rule and be flawless, compatible with the righteous path of heaven and earth. In other words, did my senior brothers, senior uncles, and senior brothers die for nothing? Did heaven and earth think that they can be killed? The young Taoist laughed out loud, his eyes filled with a maniacal and violent intent. Even if you are the saint ruler, I will still kill you first. As the sword stabbed down, countless cracks appeared on the floating island beneath him, causing it to crumble apart. As for the young Taoist, he waved his sleeve and picked up a stone tablet before stepping into the void. The Taoist's face was filled with determination. At most, in 3 years, he would be able to have a head-on battle with Zhongsho. At night, within the imperial city, the atmosphere was really depressed and solemn. The entire city was filled with an aura of dusk. The originally bustling brothels and taverns were now filled with sparrows at their entrances. There weren't many people on the streets. Although there were hundreds of death energy lanterns hanging in front of the various aristocratic families' manors, it seemed really cold. At this moment, within the reading rooms of the various families, the atmosphere was really intense. They were either good friends or a few relatives gathered together to discuss the situation of the world. In terms of information gathering, the aristocratic families and officials of the imperial city were no weaker than those sections. At this moment, the entire city was in a frenzy because of the outcome of the God-falling plains. Everyone was trembling in fear. For the first time, they started to fear the East Country, the person they saw as a tyrant. The world is finished. It is totally finished. We lost the God-falling plains battle. 18 million troops are about to be wiped out. The fate of the Taishan country is at its end. How can that Zhongsho be the saint ruler? Didn't they say that the Qilin was born from good energy? What a joke. What a joke. What a joke that Zhu Zi actually treated the saint ruler that the Confucian faction dreamt of for 10,000 years as the enemy of the Confucians. The 3 ancient emperors' prosperous era. Did the heavens think that the current Qin country can be compared to the prosperous era of the cloud-desolate era? The Qin elites are all dead. Will the Qin country chase and sweep the mid-plains? This is the calamity of our Confucian faction. Are the teachings of my Confucian sect wrong? Or is the heavenly path wrong? Damn! With our teachings, we were able to have so many prosperous eras in these 7,000 years. The past rulers all praised our ability to rule the world. If we knew that this would happen, we shouldn't have participated. I've been screwed over by that sage Zhu. Is that Juqi Palace a trap? That's true. How could such a mighty leader do such a stupid thing? Within the courtyards of many colleges, flames were burning. What was burning wasn't wood, but the articles and books that scolded and insulted the Qin country ruler. Since Zhu Zi announced to the world that he treated Zhongsho as the enemy of the Confucians. In the world, numerous Confucians were writing articles to scold and spread them around. If there were any outstanding articles, they would fight to read them. There were even some who compiled them into books and sold them. All of a sudden, the price of Luoyang's paper was high. They stepped on Zhongsho's reputation again and again. Numerous bad names, no matter if it was true or not, were added to Zhongsho's head. However, at this moment, everyone was in danger. They all avoided these books and books. If that Zhongsho really ruled the world one day, then the articles and books he collected would be evidence of his crimes. Furthermore, no matter how people slandered him, as long as he had the aura of the saint ruler, those words were useless. The people of the world would naturally be able to tell. On the contrary, it made people laugh and solidified the reputation of the Confucian faction disciples being the best at spreading rumors. At this moment, the various aristocratic families were in a different situation. What they were worried about was also different. Damn, that ruler is useless and his army was wiped out. My family worked so hard and none of the 20,000 Dao soldiers survived. We shouldn't have participated at the start. What St. Zhu Zi, he caused so much harm, the world is in chaos. It seems like we can't stay in the imperial city for long. We probably have to prepare for war in the land. Shuriwe, is the Shur family starting to rise up? Shouldn't we get in touch with China? My family is weak and can't fight for the world. We can only choose experts to follow. That Zhongsho is the saint ruler of this world. He is a hero that I can serve. Who knows where the so-called God Emperor is? In the jail of the Ministry of Justice, the current Jin Buhui lazily opened his eyes. Speaking of which, the Taishan lost badly. I don't have to dig out my eyes. As he said that, his eyes were filled with a teasing expression as he looked forward. The officials that he met at the city gates were pretty much all present. At this moment, their expressions were filled with fear, especially the few who mocked him. They were extremely awkward, amongst which included the Yang family disciple from before. Don't worry, it won't be long. The Deqian won't be able to attack the imperial city. The teen surnamed Yang smiled bitterly. Naturally, he knew that. However, the problem was that the Yang family's land and foundations were mostly in Jiangnan. The 5 states were destined to fall into the hands of the Deqian. If that ruler knew that his sworn brother faced such a situation and was humiliated by him, he would definitely take revenge. If he took revenge, then what would he do in the family? He was not the only one. Most of the officials here had family businesses in Jiangnan. Jin Buhui was still laughing coldly. However, his heart was really dark, and he felt a chill in his chest. His sworn brother still won in the end. However, the Taishang lost so badly. They lost so badly that they had no chance to turn things around. Chapter 1093. After using a full 10 minutes, Jin Buhui finally sent away the group of people in front of him. Only after the prison cell regained its silence did he let out a long sigh. At this moment, he didn't know what he was feeling. Mourning the fall of the Taishang, he was delighted, mocking that Yuanqin Emperor for not listening to his advice. He also hated those people. As subjects of the Taishang, the country still existed, but they all had such thoughts. If not, why would they fear him and rush over to apologize? That Yang family said that they wanted to save you out of the city. Why didn't they agree? A figure suddenly appeared beside Jin Buhui. It was precisely Su Chun. Although the Yang family is the weakest of the 5 big families, they have many experts. If they wanted to save you, they would have a 90% chance. You just want to send me, Jin Buhui, to the south to curry favor in front of my brother. How can I let them do as they wish? This isn't the way to be friends. Jin Buhui scoffed coldly. His expression was solemn and solemn. Tell me the truth. What is the current Taishang like? What is the situation within the imperial city? What else can they do? All the aristocratic families have sent their disciples back to their lands. At most, there are 3 to 5 people left in the city. The various academies of the Confucian faction were in an uproar. Although the local officials haven't reached the level of colluding with the Deqian, they were forced back by the 5 imperial decrees. However, if the Taishang continues to fall, it will be just a matter of time. Su Qin gave out a mocking smile. However, I heard that Shuriwe has acted and the Shur family has planned to block the 100 Victory Pass. This Taishang won't fall in a short time. 5 imperial decrees? Jin Buhui shook his head. No matter what the contents of the 5 imperial decrees of Zhongshu were, he didn't care. All of this had nothing to do with him. He only felt emotional, and his expression was pained. If I knew that the Taishang would lose so badly, I should have left with you. Now, I can't even leave even if I wanted to. Su Qin kept silent and looked into the distance. His spiritual sense sensed that there were dozens of God Realm experts locking down this place. Although he was not afraid, there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Although Taishang was on the verge of collapse, it still had a lot of resources. With these people around, it was impossible for him to rescue them. Jin Buhui was really open about his own life. It's useless to regret now. Looking at your words, it seems like the Kinzo sect has already decided to advance and retreat together with the Deqian. His Majesty is the Holy Lord. Now that they are dominating the cloud world, our Kinzo sect will naturally follow behind them and assist the Deqian Empire. Even your sect, the Haoshuan sect, is tempted. Su Chan raised his sword-like eyebrows, revealing a cold determination. Even if it's not the Emperor of the Prophecy, with His Majesty's character, the Kinzo sect can rest assured. Your Majesty? He is prepared to become an emperor? Jin Buhui was stunned once more, following which he mocked himself. With his achievements, the Daqian country could have become an emperor long ago. Forget it, Brother Su. Please tell that righteous emperor. Say that even if I die, I won't make things difficult for him. Also, be careful of the Confucian faction. Be careful of Zhu Zi. Su Qin's heart jumped, instinctively ignoring the previous sentence, continuing to mock. Confucian faction? Zhu Zi? The Confucian faction can set the spring and autumn seasons, the ruler's Saint King aura, and the Qin dynasty's prosperity. However, it isn't something that they can deny just because they want to. I want to see how the billions of Confucians in the world will react. Will they continue to listen to that Zhu Zi? The Jiuqi Palace in the middle of the night regained its silence. All the war matters ended before noon. After ending it hastily, Kong Yao brought half of the Tai elite troops and Dao soldiers to rush to Min River. North of Min River, there were still 10 million Taishang troops. If the Dao Qin dynasty wanted to take down the 5 states in the south, they definitely couldn't allow the Zhongyuan border army elites to escape back to the north of Honglian mountain range. As they say, speed was the most important thing in war, which was why they couldn't waste any time. On the contrary, Zhongshu was temporarily free. The 100,000 cavalry he needed could only be gathered after wiping out the 16 million Shang troops in the north. He wasn't in a rush. At this moment, he was in the main hall, deep in thought as he looked at a jade letter in his hand. This was one of the items that Zhongshuan left behind. As the Taishan Grand Teacher, he was naturally really rich, far from what other cultivators of the same grade could compare to. However, it was a pity that this person did not bring many worldly possessions with him this time. Out of the few items he left behind, only this jade letter made Zhongshu curious. What was recorded in the jade letter was a 3D map. The reason why he noticed it was because what was recorded in the map was similar to the Qin Emperor subtomb that he had visited before. However, the area was much larger, a difference of 10 times. Apart from a main tomb, within which the sky was round and the earth was round, it was like a complete world. Outside, there were numerous paths and mazes. It was covered in formations and mechanisms like a forest. Even the jade letter in his hand couldn't explain everything in detail. There were many places that were unclear. Qin Emperor main tomb? Zhongshu's eyes squinted. Then, he looked at a white-faced, handsome-looking man in front of him. This was the Taishang Emperor Yuanxin's favorite eunuch, junior supervisor Gao Ruo. Yinyu was alone and was saved by Shiyue. Those officials who accompanied him weren't so lucky and were all captured. This Gao Ruo was one of them. Does that Zhongshuan Grand Teacher know where the tomb is? Gao Ruo's face was ashen white. He bit his lips and didn't say a word. His eyes were cold and decisive as he looked up without any fear. You are really loyal. Zhongshu wasn't surprised. Since Yinyu was praised as the ruler of De Qian's revival, naturally, he had enough ability to rule. If he couldn't obtain the loyalty of his trusted officials, then he wouldn't have been able to turn the tides. No matter how he tortured this person, he probably wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. Unless he directly searched his soul, then he would be able to find that portion of memories regarding the tomb. However, when he asked that question, he wasn't prepared to find out anything from Gao Ruo's mouth. He just needed to know that Emperor Yuanxun and Zhongshuan were planning something. Holding the jade letter in his hand, Zhongshu thought about it for a moment. Then he saw that Zhang Huai was a little distracted. He had an idea. Minister Zhang, I know that you are the descendant of Zhang Liang from the end of Qin to the Star of Han. What do you know about the Qin Emperor tomb? Zhang Huai's expression turned serious when he heard this, and then he laughed helplessly. What he was thinking about had nothing to do with the Qin Emperor tomb. Instead, he was thinking about how to persuade Zhongshu to change his emperor title. In the afternoon, hundreds of thousands of soldiers tried to persuade him, but Zhongshu rejected them. In the end, they didn't succeed, and that made him really annoyed. However, he did know a little about the tomb. The problem was, how did the ruler know that he was the descendant of Zhang Liang? The Qin Emperor always claimed to be the top emperor in the cloud world. How could a mortal tomb be to his liking? People don't know where the main tomb is, but one of Zhang Huai's ancestors did. He said that the main tomb was at East Kunlun Mountain. East Kunlun? Zhongshu's brow rose up, and he thought to himself that it was possible. West Kunlun Mountain was the top giant mountain before the Cloud Desolate era. However, at the end of the Cloud Desolate era, it was broken by one palm. In the future, the Central Cloud continent was heavily damaged and the terrain changed. Who knows where it is now? With the arrogance of the Qin Emperor, only the legendary unparalleled land could bury his dragon body. Speaking of which, the Qin Emperor tomb might be beneath the Cloud continent, within the abyss. When the Cloud continent split up, many pieces of land sank into the Cloud Ocean. With the various books that Zhongsho read, the land that East Kunlun was at might have already sunk. That was a little tough. Even if he knew that it was East Kunlun, he didn't know the exact location. He couldn't help but curse out those ancient experts. They really didn't know how to be human. A good cloud continent was shattered just like that. However, the collapse of the cloud continent started 10,000 years ago and ended 8,000 years ago after a huge change in heaven and earth. It seemed to have something to do with the battle where Shizi fell. As for the exact location, Zhang Huai doesn't know. However, it shouldn't be a problem. Someone told me that the Qin Emperor tomb will appear 12 years later. When he said that, Zhang Huai had an idea and his eyes were filled with solemnity. I heard that although Zhongshuan came from the Taoist faction, he was still an expert. However, he obtained a portion of the legacy of the ancient Qi cultivators. The spiritual formations and mechanisms in the tomb were completed by the Mahist faction blacksmiths and Qi cultivators. It is hard to say whether or not this person can enter the tomb early. If that was the case, then it would be a little problematic. That year, Great Qin collected god metal to craft the 12 copper men. Each of them had the strength to go up against peak Saint Realm experts. It was said that their bodies were so strong that even End Realm experts couldn't break them. When the 12 copper men worked together to form a formation, they could go up against End Realm experts. This was why the Qin Emperor was able to suppress the three factions despite being their emperor. If such a treasure fell into the hands of the Taishang, it would allow the Taishang to rise up once more. No matter whether or not Zhongshuan's letter was real or fake, De Qian couldn't take the risk. Without hesitation, Zhang Huai tossed out a talisman. The talisman burned without a flame. Zhang Huai's expression became uglier and uglier. Before Zhongsho asked, Zhang Huai opened his mouth. That Taishang Grand Teacher is most probably not dead. The methods of Qi cultivators are really amazing. Zhongsho was shocked. Zhongshuan suffered from the recoil of the heaven path and had his body smashed by the Qilin. He actually didn't die? Was it an incarnation of his body? It didn't look like it. However, there was no need to doubt about this matter, and he could just ask Gao Ruo directly. This matter might have something to do with your majesty. However, I just need to investigate and I will know the details. If you want to keep your life, then you shouldn't hide it from me. Gao Ruo hesitated for a moment. Zhongsho acted like he wanted to grab him and search his soul. He could only anxiously open his mouth. I don't know whether or not he is still alive. However, I heard that he cultivated an 8-9 soul training soul splitting technique that can split his soul and create dozens of incarnations. Chapter 1094. I don't know whether or not he is still around. However, I heard that Grand Teacher cultivated an 8-9 soul training soul splitting technique that could split the soul into dozens. 8-9 soul training soul splitting technique? Zhongsho felt that it was a little familiar and searched his memories. In just a moment, he gained some information. Song Xingdao's books had records of this technique. It was extremely evil and could split the soul into numerous parts or even dozens of parts. Each part was an individual with an individual personality. However, they were all connected to one another. The current Zhongshuan, to a certain extent, wasn't Zhongshuan anymore. However, he was able to inherit the latter's memories. This evil technique was one of the inheritances of the Qi cultivators. It was even weirder than the demon path. There were even many examples of people killing one another after splitting the soul. Legend had it that when this technique reached its peak, one could split 72 souls. Of course, The result of splitting the soul was that one would lose the chance to enter the Saint Realm and End Realm. Therefore, even among those Qi refinement warriors, very few of them would cultivate it. Even if they did, at most, they would split 1 or 2 souls. Speaking of which, this Zhongshuan might really be alive. Who knows whether or not this soul would be affected by the backlash of the heavens. Speaking of which, this Taishan Grand Teacher not only obtained the legacy of the Qi cultivators. Moreover, it is most likely that he has obtained the orthodoxy of an ancient expert. Zhang Huai's brows were tightly furrowed. I originally thought that this person was just a normal divination master. Now it seems like he isn't simple. This person is helping the Taishan, so he is probably planning something big. The ancient Qi refinement warriors believed that everything had Qi and could be used. Righteous energy, king path energy, god path energy, killing energy, life energy, death energy. They could all be used and could be used to cultivate. This was why the lifespan of Qi cultivators was much longer than normal cultivators. However, there were different between good and evil. There were maniacs who killed, and there were also righteous people. This was why Qi cultivators were just a general term and didn't form a sect. Speaking of Qi cultivators, I have to mention one person. Back then, in order to find immortality, the Qin emperor sent Su Fu to the outer region with 3,000 children to find the Penglai world and seek the medicine of immortality. When Zhang Huai said this, he seemed to be deep in thought. Before the Qin dynasty was destroyed, Qi refinement warriors were on the verge of extinction. All the great cultivators above the sage level died. However, this person was the only one who managed to survive far away from the cloud world. This person was someone who could suppress longing by half a notch back then. If he didn't die, he would be an End Realm Saint Venerable now. Su Fu? Zhong Shou knew this person. Back in the day, Qin Shi had been searching everywhere for a way to achieve immortality, capturing cultivators and asking for medicinal pills and cultivation methods. The disciples of Taoism and Tsang Shengdao all had their own sects, so they were not afraid of the Qin emperor. Those rogue cultivators suffered a calamity. Most of the Qi refinement warriors lived alone. They couldn't fight against the Qin army, the countless experts, and the 12 bronze men. Those who knew better all fled the cloud world, not daring to return. However, there were many who were captured by Qin. Among the Qi refinement warriors, a few core figures who were successful in their cultivation were not spared. After Qin was wiped out, the spiritual wave in the cloud world weakened. The various sects fought for resources more and more intensely. It became harder and harder for rogue cultivators to survive, causing the Qi refinement warriors to be wiped out. At that time, among the few peak Saint Realm Qi refinement warriors, only this Su Fu dug out an ancient legend. It was said that there was a Penglai world in the outer region, and there was an undying god medicine. Although it couldn't allow one to live forever, it could extend one's lifespan by 10,000 years. The second End Realm Saint Venerable, Qi Song Zi, used this medicine to form his Tao. The Qin emperor believed it, and the Qi Song Zi matter was recorded in the historical records. Just as he said, he sent 3,000 children to follow them, and a few Saint Realm experts under his command to follow and monitor them. However, after Su Fu left, he didn't return. Even those kids and Saint Realm cultivators were nowhere to be seen. It was said that this person was multi-talented and had great cultivation talents. Before Long Ying, he was already famous. He focused on the Tao and was someone who was better than Kunming and Wei Su. If he didn't die, he would really be End Realm. Was this the 12th End Realm in the cloud world? Within this region, there were roughly 50 famous End Realm Saint Venerables that people were familiar with. However, there were many who hid their names and no one knew about them. Also, what Zhang Huai said was that Zhongshuan might have obtained Su Fu's legacy. Although the Qi refinement warriors disappeared from the cloud world, they weren't wiped out. Ruler, you still need to be careful in the future. However, our Qian faction is tolerant of the various factions and isn't as xenophobic as the Confucian faction and Taoist faction. The chances of us recruiting them are higher than our opponents. Zhang Huai smiled like he didn't have such worries anymore. Also, there is the Qin Emperor tomb. Zhang Huai came from the Ghost Valley Zhonghu technique. Actually, he didn't know much about the Qin Emperor tomb. He wasn't even sure if the 12 copper men were in the tomb or not. If your majesty wants to know the details, the only way is to find 1 or 2 Mahists and Qi refinement warriors. A bright glow flashed in Zhong Shou's eyes. He had never come into contact with Qi refinement warriors. Only Kong Rue, who used the luck of the Deqian country to cultivate, had some connections with them. However, in terms of the Mahist legacy, he did have one in his country. At this moment, this person was most probably in the celestial world, helping him craft the sword billets for his second soul, as well as Yi Xian's sword artifact. Who knows if it was completed? He was really looking forward to that thread of Xiantian purple Qinxian metal energy. This person was most probably a core disciple of the Mahist. So how much did he know about the tomb? Without hesitation, Zhong Shou took out a purple gold talisman and activated it with his spiritual sense. The message talisman turned into a crane and flew into the void. The Copper Men and Qin Emperor tomb matter was too huge. If he was not careful, he could cause the situation that he fought so hard for to go down the drain. This was why Zhong Shou was willing to delay his trip to the Liu family Saint dynasty. He had to deal with this matter properly. However, the celestial world was really far away. By the time this talisman was able to resist, almost 10 days had passed. It would take 20 days to go back and forth. During this period of time, he could use it to wipe out the demon sect, Subei Governor Manor, within the main hall of the third area of the manor. At this moment, Yuanshan Emperor Yin Yu was sitting on the main seat in the hall. He looked really weak. His eyes were lifeless and incomparably dim. Since he ascended at 16, he removed officials, went against the outside world, and suppressed aristocratic families. It wasn't that he didn't face any setbacks, but he was always able to maintain a strong fighting spirit and was never truly defeated by anyone. No matter how badly he lost, he would be able to rise up. However, this time, the defeat at the Fallen God Plane had completely destroyed his self-confidence and willpower. 800,000 elites had been completely annihilated in the southern border. The remaining 10 million troops were basically at the mercy of others. As the emperor of the Taishang, he was clearer than others that the foundations of the Taishang were on the verge of collapse and were not far away. Saint Lord, how could that brat possibly be the Saint Lord? He muttered. Yin was a little hysterical. Even if those 800,000 elite troops were wiped out, it couldn't be compared to that time when he looked at Zhong Shou with a Qilin beside him, King energy surging up and the dragon and phoenix clashing. Endless regret surged up in his chest and was gnawing at his heart. Maybe he shouldn't have staked everything and sent all his troops to the south. He shouldn't have been so confident to choose the final battle at God-Fallen Plains. He instinctively thought back to Shuriwei and Jin Buhui's 2 letters. Everything was really as the two of them said. Your Majesty. Yin was jolted awake from his self-pity. When he raised his head, he saw a youth with a majestic figure and a confident expression striding into the spacious hall. On the left and right, there were only a few maidservants of the Governor Manor. Yin instinctively thought back to Zhongshuan as well as the officials that he had no choice but to abandon. The sadness in his heart grew. Was the fate of the Taishang really over? Your Majesty, roughly 4 hours ago, Kong Yao has already broken through Min River. Zhong Yuan's 200,000 cavalry directly charged into the Honglian mountain range. At this moment, the East suppressing general, East stabilizing general, and the troops under Wanyan Xiongxing have surrendered. Yinyu's eyes were stunned, and he nearly couldn't react. Moments later, his pupils constricted as he realized that close to 3 million people had surrendered. In the Taishang system, titled generals were only below great generals and were grade 2. They were on the same level as the governor and could lead 1 million troops. 2 titled generals surrendered, which meant that 2 million troops had given up on resisting and were captured by the Gan army. Wanyan Xiongxing was one of his most trusted generals and came from a vassal race. At this moment, although he was only the chief commander, he was given a huge responsibility. He had 700,000 troops under him to defend the Hunglian mountain range and protect the retreat path of the Shang army. Who knows what Kong Yao did to cause this person to actually surrender? Moreover, he did it so cleanly without even fighting a single battle. Rage rose up his chest, and his vital energy surged. Inu only felt a sweetness in his mouth, a liquid with the taste of blood charged out of his throat. However, he forcefully swallowed it back down. It was still okay if it was others, but this one Yin, Xiongxing, surrendered. The chances of the South Border Army returning from the Hunglian mountain range to their country were extremely small and close to impossible. The grain path was already totally cut off, and they could only rely on the space artifacts of the Taoist faction and Confucian faction. However, at this moment, the Taoist faction, Confucian faction, and Demon faction had no time to worry about it. Transporting grain to the south would also risk being hunted down by the Deqian experts. More importantly, how much grain could the Taishang treasury have? In the past, with him suppressing them, those people didn't dare to be arrogant. However, now that the Taishang was showing signs of weakening, how much use could his orders be? Was Jiangnan really going to be lost? Send orders to the Jiangnan Navy provincial governor to lock down the various rivers and river systems of Jiangnan. Jiangnan states to try their best to move the treasuries north. If the grain can't be transported, then burn it. Thinking about it for a moment, Inu hesitated. Send orders to the Liao king to make him the crown prince since he entered the capital. When Shuriwa heard that, his eyes lit up. He was truly a mighty ruler. Even when he was in low spirits, his plans were all on point. At this moment, the Taishang couldn't take the internal strife. At such a time when everyone was in a panic, it was indeed the best idea to settle down early. There's also the 100 Victory Pass. Inu's eyes were dark and cold. If they couldn't defend this southern pass, then the Taishang would really die. Chapter 1095. That 100 Victory Pass depends on you too. Don't let me down. The safety of the mid-plains depends on this pass. Shuyue's brows rose up when he heard that. He looked at Emperor Yuanshun and saw that there was no expression on his face before he lowered his head. Of course. Father has been in the army for many years and knows the troops well. Deqian doesn't have many troops, and we have 1 million at Victory Pass. It wouldn't be difficult for us to defend the pass. On the other hand, Father sent a fake decree and forcefully summoned troops, breaking the country laws. After this, my father will ask for your forgiveness. Emperor Yuanshan listened on quietly, smiling as he looked at the teen in front of him. Speaking of which, this kid was similar to Zhong Shou. His talents were top of the current generation. Not only was his martial path no weaker than Zhong Shou, but his achievements in the outer region were also similar. This time, he personally saved Inu from Zhong Shou. However, no one knew what his goal was. Was he really that loyal? Or was he not willing for the Taishang to fall and for the mid-plains to fall into the hands of Deqian? Or did he want to use his talents to command the princes? It was all unknown. There was also that Shi Qianli. With one fake decree, he pretty much used up all the troops in Jiangnan. How audacious! If it was in the past, he would have directly chopped off Shi Qianli's head. He would have used this chance to take over all the land of the Shi family and kill the entire family. However, at this moment, not only could he not punish him, but he had to console him. It was because Shi Qianli blocked 100 Victory Pass that he gave the Taishang some life and some hope. Moreover, Shuriwei even saved his life. However, that Shi family head who usually followed the rules and didn't dare to do anything out of line actually dared to do such a thing. He probably knew that the current Taishang wouldn't be able to punish him and could only rely on him. This person and this family all deserve to be killed. What crime are you guilty of? This time is all thanks to your father that the Taishang can be saved. Your father's decree is in the archives of the Inner Palace Rights Department. It isn't a fake decree. Inu waved his hand as if he didn't care. Right now, your father is responsible for the safety of the Southeast. It's better to have a proper reason. Pass down the edict on my behalf. Shi Qianli was loyal to the country and was good at military affairs. He was qualified to take on big responsibilities. He could become the great general Jinan, the military governor of Gannan, Gangxi, and the other 7 prefectures. Stationed at the 100 Victory Pass, envoy Jijia, Mansion Wrights Tong, 3 divisions. As for you, Shiqing, stay by Zhen's side. Right now, Zhen really lacks people. On the way back to the capital, I will need someone to accompany me. Shi was shocked once again. He was extremely astonished. Envoys could execute officials below the 3rd rank without the consent of the emperor. On the other hand, the opening ceremony and the 3 divisions allowed the opening ceremony to appoint officials. The combination of the two was equivalent to a small imperial court, which was why it was not easily given to an outsider. He had never thought that Enyu would be so generous. He handed over the military power of the 7 states. Once he decided to rope him in, he wouldn't be so petty and didn't hesitate to give him so much power, as expected from a mighty ruler. However, he could roughly sense the suspicion and jealousy in Emperor Yuanqin's words. The last sentence was filled with obvious probing. However, he had no choice. He could only use such a method to persuade his father to take the risk. Only this method could protect the Taishang. At that time, he wouldn't have time to worry about how Emperor Yuanqin would feel about it. He was really magnanimous. As a subject of the Taishang, he just had to try his best. Even if the emperor was suspicious, as long as he had a clear conscience, it was okay. However, he wasn't someone who didn't care about life and death. If he really had no other choice, then it wouldn't be difficult for him to raise the flag and rebel. Thank you, Your Majesty. With Shiryu around, no one would disturb His Majesty. However, Your Majesty, please rush the guards and internal court guards over. With only Shiryu here, it is hard to miss out. After bowing, Shiryu got up. He saw that at this moment, Enyu seemed to have aged 10 years. Numerous wrinkles appeared on his face. He looked really tired and lethargic. Shiryu frowned. He wanted to say something, but stopped. He thought about how the Taishang wasn't the only one who suffered heavy losses. The losses of the various families and vassal towns weren't below that of the Taishang. At this moment, most of these people didn't want the Taishang to cause chaos at this moment. It seemed like it was in a precarious situation, but if everything was handled well, it would be a rare chance for the Taishang to work together. However, for him to say such words, it was a little overboard. Just as he was hesitating, he saw Enyu wave his hand. He had a dispirited and exhausted expression. Shiryu also knew that Enyu's current situation wasn't good, so he could only back out of the main hall. Actually, he also had numerous matters to deal with. For example, the grain of the 700,000 troops in South Wind Cloud Continent. Also, how should he deal with the spaceships and troops parked in the outer region? He really didn't have much time to spend on this Yuanqin emperor. After Shiryu left, Enyu's expression was still dark and dead. Only a relaxed expression flashed across the depths of his eyes. Hearing the words of this kid, it seemed like he really didn't have any intentions of using the emperor to command the vassals. He was really loyal, although his safety was guaranteed. Once he thought about how the 18 million troops of the Taishang died in the south, he felt totally disheartened. Only despair was left in his heart. He couldn't raise any fighting spirit. Looking at the side, Enyu only felt really lonely. In the past, if he had any problems, he could gather his subordinates to discuss. However, at this moment, he was truly alone. There was no one he could rely on, and no one could solve his problems. If Grand Teacher Zhongshuan was still here, if Gao Ruowei fell into the hands of the Gan army. Just as he was thinking about this, he heard a familiar voice spread in from outside the door. Your Majesty, why are you so dejected? Your spirits are all gone. This isn't like you. This voice? Enyu was stunned and looked outside the hall, only to see a Taoist smiling and standing at the door. That voice and smile were no different from the dead Zhongshuan. However, he was only 20 years old. Grand Teacher, you didn't die? After Enyu exclaimed, he came back to his senses. It really is the 8-9 soul training soul splitting technique. The expression in his eyes was filled with shock and doubt. He also knew about the ability of this Qi cultivator. However, the soul that was split out from this technique didn't have a master or a subordinate. The dead Zhongshuan was loyal to him, but the person in front of him might not be the same. Like he saw through Yinyu's thoughts, Zhongshuan walked in while explaining flatly, "Your Majesty, don't worry. Although this Zhongshuan isn't the same Zhongshuan, he is also deeply connected to the fate of the Taishan country. Even if it is for myself, I will go all out to help your Majesty." Yinyu shook his head. Thinking about it, the current Taishan and him had nothing worth scheming about. Zhongshuan's words did have some credibility. However, I still don't understand. At this moment, the fate of the Taishan country has declined. Even in my eyes, it will at most last 10 to 20 years. Regardless of whether you were a Taoist arcane master or a Qi cultivator, you should all stay away from the Shang dynasty. Even if you leave me, I won't blame you. So why? The fate of the country has declined? Your Majesty is actually in such despair? Zhongshuan smiled indiscernibly and didn't think much of it. However, in my eyes, it is far from the time to conclude. After the battle on God-falling plains, Zhongshuo sent out 5 decrees to inform the world. Has your Majesty seen them? While speaking, Zhongshuan placed a scroll in front of Yinyu. 5 decrees? Yinyu's heart moved. He was now alone in the Subei governor manor, and news was indeed blocked. Shuriwei ordered people to gather all the news to him. However, he was totally disheartened and didn't have the heart to look at it. He reached out and took it. After reading it, Yinyu's brows frowned. What kind of nonsense is this? Subsidizing farmers? Did this Qian feel that taxes were too much? Since he took over, the Taishan dynasty had a surplus. However, they didn't dare to spend it recklessly. They stored it in the treasury to prepare for disaster years or when they needed to move troops. Looking at how Zhongshuo ruled, he was afraid that the money in the treasury wouldn't be spent. Was he trying to win over the hearts of the people? If a celestial realm cultivator in the cloud world was willing, he could also slaughter tens of millions of people within a year. How much strength did those small farmers and ants have? As for the last few, he finally understood. Officials collecting grain as one, splitting the land? This Zhongshuo is too arrogant. A bright glow flashed across Yinyu's eyes. Others didn't know. Those 5 aristocratic families definitely wouldn't agree. Gather all the scholars in the world to comment on the Confucian faction. Talk about the merits of the Confucian faction and their mistakes. Criticize the Confucian faction. Does this Zhongshuo want to force Saint Zhuzi into despair? Just these 2 decrees temporarily cut off the possibility of Zhongshuo invading the mid-plains in a short time. It caused the aristocratic families in the mid-plains to be at odds with each other and also cut off any hope of reconciliation with Confucian faction Zhuzi. His heart shook slightly. Yinyu's mind recovered a little. However, he shook his head and the flames in his eyes dissipated. It's useless. Although that Zhongshuo is young and arrogant, after winning he became arrogant and made such a move. However, to the Taishan, it doesn't have any benefits. At this moment, the Taishan was just struggling at death's door. They had Zhongshuo, this fierce enemy. The aristocratic families could still work together to defend against him. However, once the aristocratic families recovered their strength, then the various vassal towns would fight one another and the world would be in chaos. At this moment, who would bother about the Taishan imperial court? Zhongshuan's lips curled up. Your Majesty, do you remember the Qin Emperor II matter? If we can get the 12 copper men to protect the fate of the country, not only will the Taishan be able to keep peace, but it won't be difficult to counterattack the Qian. Yinyu suddenly stood up. His face was dark and uncertain. Zhongshuan's face was filled with an evil smile. I believe that part of my soul also told you. To open the door of the tomb, it requires the blood of 10,800 children born at dawn, or the blood sacrifice of 1,200,000 men. Yinyu looked absent-minded and hesitant. My part of my soul has died, and the tomb map in his hands has definitely fallen into the hands of the Qian ruler. Your Majesty, you don't have much time to hesitate. As Zhongshuan said this, he suddenly paused. Seeing Inu look over, he smiled. That Zhongsho has led 100,000 cavalry up to the sixth spiritual house, Demon Spirit Mountain. This saint ruler really isn't willing to take a loss. The demon sect is in trouble. Chapter 1096. South Border. Within Demon Spirit Valley, numerous spiritual lights exploded and thunder rumbled. This place was 6 out of the 19 spiritual houses and was pretty much drowned by the spells that struck from all directions. The protective formation within the valley was already at full power. However, it was still unable to perfectly protect this valley. The surrounding mountain peaks were collapsing piece by piece. At this moment, above, 2 Big Dipper Imperial Demon slaying sword formations were operating. 72 Source Ocean Demon slaying warriors were looking down coldly. On the ground, there were tens of thousands of spirit masters. Inu led 800,000 elite troops to sneak attack Juchi Palace. Amongst them, there were 30,000 spirit masters. Apart from the Taoist and demon faction Dao soldiers, the other spirit masters were all captured. At this moment, whether they were willing or not, they were all using spells to strike the valley. They didn't care about the consumption of mind stones and pills, crazily gathering spiritual energy and then releasing it out. A portion of them were intimidated by the Saint King aura that Zhongsho showed and decided to join him. The other portion had knives placed on their necks. However, at this moment, they didn't dare to be careless. Along with the spirit masters that Deqian had, there were a total of 40,000. 40,000 spirit masters working together. The vast spiritual energy they gathered had already drowned the entire valley. Even if a saint realm attacked, they wouldn't be able to take it head-on. Half a day had passed since they first attacked. The protective formation of the spiritual house finally couldn't take it anymore, and cracks appeared. Zhongsho stood at the peak of the mountain and thought back to mysterious cloud spirit sect. The third spiritual house's protective formation was undoubtedly stronger than demon spirit sects. However, under the suppression of the 3,000 blood cloud cavalry, he was able to forcefully break it. At this moment, demon spirit sect was still able to hold on for half a day under the attacks of 40,000 spirit masters. As expected, after the spiritual wave started to get stronger, the formation also became stronger. It seems like it can't hold on anymore. Hu Zhongyuan laughed, holding the Tiger King knife in his hand. Then he used his tongue to lick the dark brown blood patterns on the knife, his eyes filled with excitement and cruelty. As long as the defensive formation was completely destroyed, the 100,000 cavalrymen outside will be able to charge in and kill all the living beings and enjoy the pleasure of killing. Perhaps because he was too excited, a pure black iron tiger even appeared behind Hu Zhongyuan. Its eyes were also incomparably fierce. How disgusting! Chu Shui hugged the blood moon saber and turned his head away. He thought to himself that although this uncle of his was a loathsome, hedonistic disciple in the past, he wasn't like today. He simply didn't know what to say. Zhongsho was also speechless. Where did this Hu Zhongyuan learn this bad habit? Was it cool to lick a knife with your tongue? It's very dirty. Be careful not to get sick. This guy's saber had been stained with the blood of countless people in the past few days. At this time, it was unknown how many viruses that were discovered by later generations were on it. However, as a cultivator, there was nothing to fear. Hu Zhongyuan was slightly embarrassed. He hurriedly wiped off the saliva on his saber with his sleeve and looked in the direction of the valley with a serious expression. Zhongsho laughed coldly as he looked into the sky. Those few end-realm spiritual senses were still suppressing his body. But so what? He could only look on as he wiped out the demon spirit sect. The blood-red light in the distance suddenly flashed. Zhongsho's pupils instantly opened wide. However, before he even gave orders, the demon slaying sword formation on the 2 Source Ocean Big Dipper platforms had already been activated. 2 streaks of slaying sword energy slashed down and instantly tore open a giant hole in the defensive spiritual formation. 100,000 feet of sword energy surged in and instantly swept across, slashing out a giant sword mark within the valley. The foundations of the defensive spiritual formation also started to collapse. 40,000 spirit masters also followed. Numerous spells struck out, wiping out the last remnants of the spell. You can go. 30 minutes later, charge in. Zhongshou floated in the air. His tone was ice-cold and emotionless. Everyone, kill them all. Yes, sir. Hu Zhongyuan laughed out loud and ran to the front of the cavalry formation. He waited quietly while the tens of thousands of spirit masters continued to strike. Within the depths of the valley, cries and screams spread out from time to time. Zhongshou, I'm going to go all out with you. Damn it. I don't want to die. I didn't kill anyone. Let me go. Some black streaks of light flew up and tried to charge out of the valley. However, the moment they appeared, they were smashed into pieces by tens of millions of spells. Even if there were some that escaped, the two big Dipper Demon slaying sword formations in the air just needed one sword to kill them. Even the ground was locked down by a large area of petrification techniques. It caused all the earth movement techniques to lose their effectiveness. Coincidentally, at the third moment, all the spells stopped at the same time. Then, the 100,000 cavalry were like an iron current. Amidst the rumbling, they swiftly charged into the valley. At the front of the cavalry formation was Tsang Shengdao's 20,000 common people's Xian dragons. Zhongshou waved his sleeves, and a ball of gold and silver light surged out. The Saint Fire Silver ants were born from the vengeful energy of heaven and earth. However, during this period of time, they hadn't killed anyone. To prevent these beings from rebelling, one couldn't suppress their nature. At this moment, it was time for these silver ants to enjoy themselves. Chu Shui held the blood moon blade, and with a flash, she was at the entrance of the valley. He was holding down the fort for Hu Zhongyuan in case there were Saint Realm experts within the demon spirit sect who would counterattack. Zhongshou was outside and looked on calmly. Those few end-realm intents were even sharper, even to the point that his bones were continuously creaking. Zhongshou didn't care at all. Instead, he was using their strength to train his body. Did these few people really want to crush Zhongshou into pieces? That was the best. They hated him to the bone, but there was nothing they could do about it. Junior brother, I know you aren't afraid, but you have to take it easy. A sigh spread out from behind. A white-robed teen walked over from a void. If you provoke them like this, how will those few Saint Venerables have any face left? Senior brother Mingyu. Zhongshou turned around and then smiled without any warmth. Did Senior Master Shoguan or Senior Brother Wei Su ask you to say that? No. Mingyu's heart jumped, and he shook his head. Senior Master said that you can do whatever you want. Junior Brother Wei Su also said that it was okay. Only, during the Battle of God-Falling Plains, he personally saw the 3 God Venerables of the Confucian faction retreat. The Confucian faction God Venerables were formed by the 3 end-realm spiritual senses. This was why they instinctively wouldn't be enemies with the Saint Emperor. This was also the reason why the 2 Demon Path sects didn't even try to turn the situation around after the 60,000 purple Qilin Flame Spear cavalry were wiped out. Zhu Zi alone was unable to suppress the common people's 7 swords. The advantage of having in-realm experts was wiped out. Before Zhu Zi was unable to deal with the resistance of the 3 God Venerables, and before Taisha recovered, the 3 factions were at a disadvantage. This was why at this moment, when Zhongshou led his troops to charge into Demon Spirit's sect, the 3 faction Venerables swallowed their anger and didn't interfere at all. However, Junior Brother, your actions are a little too much. It wasn't just a little too much, it was pretty much making it hard for them to back down. He was slapping Wushang Yuan Demon's face. He wasn't afraid of himself, but he was worried about Zhongshou's safety. If he really infuriated those few Saint Venerables, they wouldn't care about the consequences. Then, even with Shoguan's ability, he might not be able to protect Zhongshou. Seeing Mingyu's worry, Zhongshaxin's heart felt warm, and his expression became much gentler. However, he sighed inwardly. It was no wonder that Shi Zi had chosen Wei Su, who was the latest to enter the sect, instead of the few senior brothers who were older. Senior brother, you are worried? However, Senior Brother Mingyu, The righteousness of the world is in my hands. It isn't the Confucian faction. Mingyu's eyes rose up, and she didn't understand what he meant. Demon path cultivation techniques often use people as blood sacrifices. Their disciples are often violent and love to kill. Murder cases and misdeeds could be found everywhere. Everyone in the world has hated the demon path for a long time, but because of the chaos in the cloud world, there was nothing they could do. As he said this, Mingyu was deep in thought and understood something. The Confucians and Taoists dared to join hands with the demon path because the Confucians controlled the world. As long as they could achieve their goal, some small flaws would be wiped out in history. Who in the future would know? After the situation was settled, who would dare to criticize them? Even if someone remembered it, they could say that they were slandering the Confucians and Taoists. However, today, the one in charge of the righteousness of the world was Zhongsho, who is the saint ruler of the world. I'm giving the order to wipe out the demons. I am wiping out this tumor for the people of the world. Zhongsho looked coldly into the sky. If they dare to offend the world, then that is exactly what I want. I will definitely cause the Confucians and Taoists to be unable to recover. The moment he said this, a ball of blood exploded out from Zhongsho's right hand. It was the intent of those few end realm experts who increased the pressure from Ling to the extreme. Zhongsho couldn't take it anymore, and a wound appeared on his right hand. Zhongsho wasn't shocked or angry. Instead, he laughed out loud in an arrogant manner. Apart from that, what else could they do? Kid, sooner or later, I will use your soul and body as a candle to light up this world. Wushang Yuan Demon's cold voice spread out from afar. Zhongsho was too lazy to bother. A warm spiritual current flashed across his body, causing his injuries to instantly heal. Lin Xuanshuang was using the source life spirit breathing technique to heal his body. At this moment, the killing noises in Demon Spirit Canyon had slowly stopped. Zhongsho's body flashed, and he entered the canyon. He saw Hu Zhongyuan standing in a pool of blood and corpses. He looked into the sky and grinned. Ruler, I have killed them all. Not a single one is left. Zhongsho nodded. He swept the entire canyon with his spiritual sense, and there were no more living beings. Then, he flashed once more. They arrived in front of a weird demon hall that had totally collapsed under the attacks of spells. Everything here was smashed into pieces. Only one of the god statues was still perfectly fine. World-destroying God Venerable. The teachings of the demon sect world, destroying God Venerable, were that this world would be destroyed. Only by believing in the world, destroying God Venerable, would one be able to be reborn in the new world under the protection of the God Venerable. Zhongsho took a look, and a sword light flashed. Slaying sword intent shot out, and a blood-red sword light slashed onto the statue. Chapter 1098. Just as the sword energy was about to strike, a ball of light appeared outside the statue and blocked Zhongsho's slaying sword light. The two of them clashed, causing the ground below to crack open. Countless spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground. The statue didn't move at all and was perfectly fine. A phantom of the world, exterminating hierarch, emerged from the statue. Those eyes that looked like they could destroy everything were filled with boundless god aura as they coldly looked down on Zhongsho. All of a sudden, dark energy surged over. The fresh blood that flowed in the valley seemed to have a life of its own as it swiftly gathered towards the statue. There were also numerous vengeful spirits that wrapped around the air, causing the Yin energy here to increase. Unfortunately, you were just a clone and not the main body. Zhongsho waved his sleeves, and Sherry appeared. With a furious roar, a red flame burned, causing the evil energy to dissipate. The god-refined sword in Zhongsho's hand seemed to have a strong suction force as it swallowed all the vengeful spirits. The slaying sword light's aura increased once more. With a pung, it finally broke through the god power light and stabbed into the body of the statue. It stabbed into the wood, and one could see fresh red blood flowing out from within the statue. The god venerable image's gaze became more and more strict. The spiritual light dimmed, and it showed signs of weakness. Wushang Yuan demon's voice spread out once more. However, this time it was filled with helplessness. You can speak now. Zhong Shou, what do you want before you are willing to stop? Samaram's eyes flashed, and he broke into a laugh. Saint Venerable should know what I want. So why do you need to ask? It is just a life for a life, a blood for blood. During these 2 months, your demon sect needs to give me an explanation for what you have done. Naturally, there is also that blood saint demon lord. The air was silent for a long time. Zhong Shou scoffed coldly. No matter what, Li Bieshua definitely wouldn't hand over the person who had the highest chance of breaking through to End Realm. But it didn't matter. This time around, no matter what, he was going to make the demon sect suffer. The god-refined sword in his hand was humming happily. The sword light became even sharper, piercing into the statue bit by bit. To the god-refined sword, the god-blood that was formed from the faith of tens of millions of people was the best food. At this moment, he was devouring without restraint. It caused the purple-gold sword body to give off a dark red glow. Although this sword was a human Tao Saint sword, it was also an evil sword, soul-devouring and soul-refining. Every bit of soul it devoured would make the sword stronger. Coincidentally, at this moment, under the statue, a ball of invisible aura suddenly exploded. Kill! At a distance of less than 300 meters, a speck of divine starlight pierced through the air. It wasn't where Zhong Shou was, but at the side. With a flash, it arrived. At this moment, another Zhong Shou appeared. The starlight directly pierced into his brow, and with a pu, his head was smashed into pieces. However, at this moment, another Zhong Shou appeared at the side. His eyes gave off a blood glow. It was the world-burning blood eyes. Using the illusionary heart mirror and sky fox power to transform, be it spiritual sense or sight, one wouldn't be able to sense where his true body was. There would be a slight deviation in their perception of his position. Wushang Yuan Demon would definitely be able to see through it, but this person definitely wouldn't be able to. When this person thought that he had grasped the location of Zhong Shou's true body, he didn't know that he had fallen into a trap. You are the demon spirit Saint Lord? The Yuan soul that had been hiding under the statue from the beginning to the end immediately ran away after missing its attack. It spread into the air and mixed into the 5-element spiritual energy. Using the spiritual energy in heaven and earth, it flew into the distance. However, at this moment, Chu Shui had already attacked. A blood-colored blade light slashed into the void. Just half a borrow word was used, and a large portion of the heaven and earth spiritual energy was forcefully borrowed over. As the blade slashed down, the blood-red blade shadow was surrounded by 5-colored spiritual light, and the shadows of 5 divine beasts appeared. It caused an extremely painful cry to ring out in heaven and earth. In the next moment, Mingyu's sword followed closely behind. The blazing sword light spread all about and destroyed everything within 1,000,000 feet of space. Moments later, heaven and earth regained its silence. Zhong Shou wasn't distracted at all. He knew that, just now, it was just an incarnation of the demon spirit Saint Lord that was wiped out. The older a demon was, the harder it was to kill him. This split soul was just a hidden trump card that the demon spirit Saint Lord had planned, a test. Since this person knew that the demon spirit sect would be wiped out, then why would he dare to take the risk? The light on the slaying sword became brighter and brighter. The sword spirit was really excited. In the eyes of the god statue, 2 streams of blood flowed out. Zhong Shou didn't show any mercy. The demon sect had few believers, and to maintain the world-destroying god statue, they would sacrifice them every few days. On one side, they maintained its god power. On the other, they wanted to make it happy so that they could borrow the god power. After many years of accumulation, this god statue started to crave for it. Its god body was dyed in human blood, so there was no need for him to show mercy. The The god statue finally dissipated, and the god refined sword finally broke into the body of the god statue. After swallowing a large portion of the spiritual energy, the god refined sword spirit felt satisfied. Sword chi exploded, instantly blasting the world extermination deity statue into pieces. Pretty much at the same time, Little Gold and Hanshi charged over and also swallowed the shards of the god statue. Even the blue fire Xian turtle ran out and snatched a few pieces without hesitation. The demon spirit sect was a demon path sect, and the god statue here was one of the most important statues of the world, destroying demon venerable. It was a node that gathered the god power of the billions of believers in the south border. The shard of the god statue were really nourishing items for Hanshi. Just by forcefully merging a few pieces of god power into it, the saint white flame burning on Hanshi's body became a little stronger. Numerous silver threads danced around its body like it was about to form a cocoon once more. Even if it didn't evolve, it would be able to split out a few more Saint Fire Soldier ants. As for Little Gold, who knew what it was going to do with these shards? Zhongshu's spiritual sense spread out. He noticed that the god power ties connected to the various parts of the south border were on the verge of breaking. The entire south border, the god power belonging to the world destroying God Venerable, was in a chaotic state. Only then did Zhongshu smile in satisfaction. He sent his spiritual sense into his god-refined sword to communicate with the sword spirit. Need more god upgrade spirit. Zhongshu thought about it, and after integrating all these words, he even asked, "You're saying that I need to swallow more of these venerable god power wishes to complete the upgrade? It can even raise the sword spirit level?" The god-refined sword instantly buzzed excitedly, showing that it acknowledged Zhongshu's words. Zhongshu smiled. This was good news. In the next 20 days, this sword would definitely swallow a lot of god power, as long as it could swallow it. The god-refined sword was a peak celestial artifact. If it went one step further, it would just be a god weapon. With a god weapon in hand, one would have the ability to go up against Saint Realm experts. Unfortunately, he wasn't a true Saint Realm cultivator. Otherwise, with this god weapon, even if he was an End Realm cultivator, as long as it wasn't someone above Long Ying, he would be able to go up against them. Mingyu stood at the side and looked on quietly as the statue fragments were split up by Zhongshu's few spiritual pets. At this moment, a look of comprehension appeared in his eyes. Break the mountain and destroy the temple? Junior brother, are you prepared to pull down this god venerable End Realm, god venerable position? Destroying the demon spirit sect statue was breaking one of the foundations of the world, destroying god venerable in south border. If he destroyed the demon sect's branches in South Wind Cloud Continent, as well as the world, destroying God Venerable statue. Pulling down this God Venerable End Realm, God Venerable position was a sure thing. Once his aura fell, to recover wouldn't be something that could be done in a short time. It would need a few thousand years of rest and gathering more believers before it could recover. That year, when Shizi fell, the Taoist faction gods and the 3 god venerables of the Confucian faction had to rest for 8,000 years. Even today, they still hadn't recovered to their peak. Senior brother is wise. Zhongshu nodded slightly and smiled. Junior brother also has the identity of the sky-burning Liu family crown prince. Although I don't care and am not willing to have anything to do with the Liu family, I can't ignore mother. At this moment, there was nothing that would make the demon sect feel more pained than to pull down this god venerable End Realm god venerable. Most of the demon sect experts were cold and cruel. No matter how many of their disciples died, they wouldn't be moved. Only the loss of strength and benefits would make the demon sect feel pained. With just one End Realm protecting them, not only would the demon sect be chased within Qian, but they would also be surrounded. Even the Taoist faction, which was temporarily working together, might be tempted. Although the demon sect was weak in the mid-plains, they occupied many spiritual lands and mines at the border. Mingyu sucked in a cold breath. Her junior brother actually had such plans. No wonder Li Bieshue would be so furious, even willing to put down his face to beg Zhong Shou. However, thinking about it, it made sense. If Zhong Shou left the cloud world, the common people's 7 swords would lose their core. They had to maintain the balance of the cloud world after Zhong Shou left. They could only cause the imbalance between both sides when they had the advantage, heavily injuring the demon sect and pulling down the end realm god Venerable was the only good plan. It was also something that Zhong Shou and Song Shengdao's Kenzo sect could achieve. After slashing the statue, Zhong Shou flashed once more. This time, he appeared at the place where the demon spirit sect kept their books. Most of the books here were drowned and destroyed by the attacks of the 40,000 spirit masters. However, there were a portion of top secret books that weren't destroyed. Zhong Shou reached out and sucked them all over. A large portion of them were demon pass secret books that were useless to him. However, there was also a portion that were normal cultivation methods. They were all above grade 7 and could help his Gantian Mountain book hiding hall. After doing all these things, Zhong Shou looked towards the south. Next was the Songhai Demon Sect, which was just below the Demon Spirit Sect in the south. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Chapter 1099. The Sword is Formed. Celestial World. Within the Wenxi building, Yi Xian gave out a heaven-shaking laugh. Just as he finished speaking, a blazing brilliance suddenly shot out from within the weapon building. Yi Xian's hands continuously shot out tens of talismans before the sword that was about to fly away slowly stabilized and slowly retracted into his hand. As expected, it is a top-grade celestial sword. Yi Xian flicked the sword body with his right hand. Amidst a buzzing sound, several threads of sword energy shot out of the blade. Instantly, Yi Xian's finger was sliced open. Cold Moon Sword? What a good name, extremely sharp. It really is a good sword. Thank you, Master Shun. Your crafting skills are really rare in the world. Brother Yi, you praise me too much. Chun Yuexian sat beside the furnace and laughed. The innate purple Chun Dark Gold Qi is a top-grade spiritual treasure in the world. When Yuexian refines the sword, he first transforms it from innate to postnatal. How could he still have the face to call himself an artificer? I wouldn't be able to bear the title of master. He saw that Yi Xian's expression was filled with excitement, not paying attention to what he said at all. Shun Yuexian couldn't help but shake his head and change the topic. There is one more thing about this sword that you need to pay attention to in the future. Before the sword was formed, I felt that it had a lot of potential, which was why, although I laid down a spiritual formation, it wasn't complete. In the future, when your cultivation reaches a certain level and the sword spirit is formed, then you can merge a god technique into the sword body. This weapon might not be able to become a god weapon, but it can definitely reach half a step to god weapon level. Oh! A bright glow flashed in Yi Xian's eyes once more, revealing a look of gratitude before returning to normal. Then, in your opinion, what technique is more suitable for this sword? It has to be suitable for you. I left a lot of options and should be enough for you to choose. Shen Yuexian took in a deep breath. Yi Xian's great domain shaking sword technique is the top sword path technique in the world. I only know a few abilities that can improve this sword technique and powers abilities. One is the toughness word god technique. One is the lightning sound word god technique. One is the transmission word god technique. These 3 should be the most suitable for this sword. Yi Xian's brows rose up, and he was deep in thought. Out of the 3 abilities, the toughness word god technique was the smallest of powers abilities. It was also the one that had the highest chance of merging into the sword artifact and making it a god artifact. At that time, when he used it, the sword would be unable to take it, and there was a risk that it would break. As for the Thunderclap divine incantation, it was the most powerful divine incantation. When the sword vibrated, it produced a thunderous sound that could be used to attack the enemy. Sound was originally caused by the vibration of matter. When the 2 were combined, it could be said that they complemented each other. Be it one-on-one or in a group battle, it was the best choice. Compared to these 2, the transmission word god technique wasn't bad either. It could allow his sword vibration strength to be better and more complete. It was also a way to strengthen Power's great domain-shaking sword technique. Apart from that, there were other uses. All of a sudden, he didn't know what to do. The three abilities were all decent, and it was tough for him to give up on them. Following which, Yi Xian shook his head. His cultivation wasn't there, and the artifact spirit was just born. It was too early to think about this matter. I can't thank you enough. Yi Xian will remember your kindness, and I will repay you in the future. I have been looking forward to this sword for several months. I am already impatient and will leave first. After saying this, Yi Xian's body directly sped into the void and flew into the distance. Brother Yi, Shen Yuexian wanted to say that he didn't need to do that. Forging the sword for Yi Xian was entrusted by Zhong Shou, and Yi Xian didn't owe him anything. However, the moment he said that, Yi Xian's body was already far away. He could only shake his head and sigh helplessly. Going through the tribulation, I hope you succeed. He knew that this person was about to reach the peak of God Realm. He was just a little bit away from that line. Yi Xian, be it cultivation or Dao accumulations, was enough. During these few days, he was suppressing it, which was why he didn't cross it. He should have been worried about something, which was why he wasn't willing to challenge the tribulation. However, the moment he took out the sword artifact, Yi Xian's energy was totally different, and he didn't fear anything anymore. There was at least a 90% chance of him passing the tribulation, so he didn't need to worry. Following which, Chen Yuexian turned his gaze back to the furnace used to refine swords. There was also an artifact that looked like a sword, but wasn't a sword lying quietly in the blazing flames. Different from the sword that Yi Xian needed, the illusionary spirit sword crafting technique that Zhong Shou trained and didn't have a physical body and existed in the form of a second soul. This was why this sword blank could only be in an illusionary form. This was why after 3 months of crafting, Zhong Shou's Xiantian purple Qinxian metal energy didn't have a physical form. The two swords were crafted together. Shen Yuexian tried his best to transfer the Xiantian energy of Yi Xian's Chill Moon sword to Zhong Shou's sword blank. It made it more and more out of this world, illusionary and spiritual. However, the following process made Yi Xian hesitate. What headache? Yi Xian's brows were furrowed together. If ruler is a normal cultivator, then this sword blank can be said to be a top artifact. However, as a king, the ruler of country, this sword seems too ethereal and spiritual, which isn't a good thing. It lacks a bit of majesty, a bit of heaviness, and the aura of an emperor. Actually, it wasn't that he couldn't solve it. However, if he did that, it would cause the quality of the future sword to drop. From the perspective of an artifact blacksmith, that was unforgivable. Personally, crafting a sword that he could be proud of, turning it into a normal sword, causing a bright pearl to be covered in dust, that was a heartbreaking matter. In the end, I can't compare to that Ganjiang Moxie who had the courage to sacrifice himself to the sword. I can only do that. Yi Xian sighed and was about to cast a seal into the furnace. However, he stopped. Thinking about it, there should be a way. If he used that item, not only would its gray not drop, but it would also be strengthened. However, this item was precious. Was this person worth him paying such a price? Suddenly, he had an idea and looked to his left. First, a black token sped in and landed in his hand. Juzi Xinling token? Juzi was the title of the head of the Mahis family, so naturally, it was in his hand. It couldn't be the token of the current Mahist family Juzi. It was just a tool to quickly send messages in the outer region. It was really convenient, close to double the top talisman of the Taoist faction. Yi Xian grabbed it in his hand. In just a moment, his expression changed. He nearly couldn't control himself, causing the flames in front of him to go out of control. Gan and Taishang fought at God-Falling Plains in the south. In one battle, he defeated the 800,000 elites of the Lord of Shang. On that day, he broke through the Min River and forced the 9 million soldiers of the Great Shang to surrender. They actually won so quickly. The shock in Yi Xian's eyes couldn't be calmed down for a long time. He remembered that 10 days ago, he only found out about the battle within the cloud world. The Taishang led 10 million troops into the south to fight a decisive battle with the Deqian. At that time, when he learned of the news, he was even shaken to join the Deqian celestial dynasty. However, he didn't expect that in just 10 days, the seemingly invincible 18 million troops of the Taishang would scatter. The news was sent 5 days after the battle. Speaking of which, only after confirming it was sent out this Juzi Xian token. Qilin accompanied. Xiansheng King, White Energy. Ruler is actually the Saint Ruler? Yi Xian's mind went into a daze. When they met for the first time, he already knew that Zhongshu was extraordinary. However, he didn't expect that this person was actually someone who could compare to the 3 ancient Saint Emperors. Following which, Yi Xian was attracted by another sentence in the Juzi Xian token. Announcing to the world, recruiting scholars to comment on the Confucian faction. Talk about the merits of the Confucian faction. Comment on their mistakes. Comment on their studies? Good. What a good Confucian mistake. Comment on their studies. The heavens have opened their eyes to give birth to such a saint ruler. This is the destined master of our Mahist faction. Then he frowned. This plan didn't seem to have the intention to kill them all. To the Confucian faction, it was tough to say whether it was a blessing or a curse. If they passed this, they might be able to obtain a new life, like a phoenix rising from the ashes without any weaknesses, following which Shun Yuexian laughed and shook his head. Zhongshu had already given them a chance. If he couldn't grab hold of it, then the Mahist faction deserved to die and be eliminated from this matter. How can the artifact, crafting, and mechanism techniques of our Mahist faction be the small path that you all speak of? Love and not attack. Maybe it isn't appropriate, but it is a way to persuade people to be good. Placing the Juzi token in his hand away, Shun Yuexian still looked outside. A purple gold talisman crane sped in at this moment, but it was stopped by the restrictions of the Wenxi building and trapped in midair. However, the outside of the talisman gave off a golden glow. It was really majestic and couldn't be offended. This was obviously a mark that Zhongshu left with his King Path martial arts. Ruler? The date we agreed on isn't up yet. Is he here to rush me? He was filled with doubts. Shun Yuexian reached out and unlocked the restrictions, allowing the paper crane to fly in front of him and turn back into the talisman. Shun Yuexian held it in his hand, and then his expression slowly turned solemn. Qin Emperor Tomb, Grand Teacher Zhongshuan, Qi Cultivator Successor, Shufu's disciple. Is it possible to enter the Qin Emperor main tomb early? Shun Yuexian frowned and was in deep thought. Since ancient times, the tombs of the kings were all built in places that hid the dragon veins to prevent people from stealing them. However, there was a conflict. To prevent people from finding out, one had to borrow the power of the spiritual formation. To maintain the formation, one needed enough spiritual energy. The Qin Emperor tomb was the same. After a period of time, it would appear in the world for a short period to absorb spiritual energy to maintain the cycle of the formation. The next time it would appear would be a few years later. It is okay if it's someone else, but if it is a descendant of Shufu, maybe there is a way. He remembered that when the Qin Emperor tomb was built, it was led by Shufu. With this person's intelligence, who knows what methods he left in the dark? The 12 copper men are really important. The Qin Emperor tomb is too complicated, and the talisman can't explain everything. Speaking of which, it is time for me, Shun Yuexian, to return to the cloud world. While speaking, Shun Yuexian took out an earth-yellow ball of light and looked at the artifact within the furnace. Chapter 1100. He wants to personally return to the cloud world? When he received the message from Shun Yuexian, it was already 23 days later. Shun Yuexian didn't know where he was, so the message talisman could only pass through Gantian Mountain. After a series of twists and turns, it took a few more days. Is my illusionary spirit, sword embryo, about to be completed? When it is completed, I can rush over. Zhongshu's eyes shone with anticipation. Naturally, he trusted Shin Yueshuan's artifact crafting skills. The illusionary spirit sword embryo that this person crafted naturally wasn't an ordinary item. Apart from that, the talisman also mentioned a few miscellaneous matters. The celestial world was peaceful and the night demons and shadow demon race didn't do anything. There was also the celestial artifact he entrusted to upgrade, which was completed. However, what made Zhongsho happy was that the day Yi Xian got the cold moon sword, he broke through God Realm and stepped into Saint Realm. This person's sword technique was really strong, and when he was at God Realm, he could go up against Saint Realm experts. At this moment, he had a top sword in his hand and also had Saint Realm cultivation. Who knew how strong he was now? This meant that he had another top-notch combat power under his command. Even if he couldn't be like Ao Kuan and could even threaten End Realm, he was someone like Ao E. The Qian's foundations were too shallow. At this moment, in the Saint Realm, he relied on Ao Kuan and Ao E to hold the fort for him. The other Buddhist sect, Kinzo sect, and Song Shangdao experts didn't belong to his Qian celestial dynasty. With just this one person, they would be able to suppress dozens of worlds. Even Mahist faction. We can't confirm the location of the 12 copper men. However, there is a 70% chance that they are within the Qin Emperor tomb. Not only were there hundreds of longevity pills refined during the Qin dynasty, but there were also nearly 1 million puppet soldiers refined by the Mahist sect that were comparable to Dao soldiers. Apart from that, the Mahist faction recorded that the Cloud World Master of Creation visited before the tomb was formed. Zhongsho was stunned. The Master of Creation was, of course, Shizi. Shizi had been to the Qin Emperor tomb. I wonder what this person's goal is. This Qin Emperor was really interesting. He thought that one day he would come back from the dead. At that time, he would command the 1 million puppet soldiers to rule the cloud world once more. The mechanisms within the tomb are really complicated. Although the Qi cultivators and Mahist faction worked together to build the tomb, however, the Qin Emperor was too suspicious, so he changed the plan afterward. Does it require the accompaniment of a brilliant array formation master who is proficient in mechanism arts? Wasn't Shen Yuexian a brilliant tactical array master who was proficient in mechanism techniques? Zhongsho shook his head. Blacksmith Shun shouldn't have returned just for the Qin Emperor tomb. The other goal should be the Confucian meeting that he was holding in Gantian Mountain. However, although he told the world about the Confucian meeting, he didn't care much about it. As for what the meeting would be like and what the outcome would be, it didn't matter and he didn't care. What was important was that he just needed to slap that End Realm Saint Venerable's face. Zhongsho wasn't someone who would allow others to bully him and not retaliate. At this moment, numerous scholars gathered in Gantian Mountain City. Every day, there would be debates and all sorts of shocking essays would appear. From time to time, Rimbo would send him some wonderful literary theories along with the daily government affairs memorials. Zhongsho directly smashed them and tossed them to the side, not even bothering to take a look. He didn't even have time to study the sword. So how would he have the time to bother about all this? It seems like the secrets within the Qin Emperor tomb exceed my expectations. When Shen Yuexian sent this talisman, it was 13 days ago. At this moment, my sword fetus is probably formed and on the way. Numerous questions flashed across his mind. Zhongsho scoffed and forcefully suppressed these thoughts. At this moment, he was sitting in Yin Yu's giant carriage that needed 49 grade 6 dragon horses to pull. When Yin Yu fled, this carriage fell into his hands. He discovered that although the carriage looked simple and unadorned, the materials used to build it were all extremely rare and precious. The 1,000-foot pillars of the carriage were a total of 4 undying flame mulberry wood. Each one could craft a celestial weapon of different grades. This was also due to the special situation that day. If not, when this carriage activated the spiritual formation, even if there were 100,000 troops outside, they wouldn't be able to do anything within 10 days. This carriage looked really simple, but it was really luxurious. Zhongsho was delighted and pretty much treated this carriage as his own. He swept away all those simple things and invited craftsmen to fix it up. Now it seemed really exquisite and luxurious. This carriage was currently floating above a cloud ocean. Around it were close to 200 spaceships. In front of them, there was an island floating in the clouds. It was the foundation of one of the demon path sects, the Flame Blood sect. Although it wasn't a spiritual house, it was a spiritual island, and its environment wasn't too bad. Before the spiritual wave reached its peak, it could allow Saint Realm venerables to cultivate. However, at this moment, this island that could hold tens of thousands of cultivators was empty. The island was really quiet, and there was no one at all. They all fled? They abandoned their own mountain and didn't defend it. Zhongsho wasn't surprised. 23 days ago, they wiped out Demon Spirit Sect. 21 days ago, they wiped out Sanhai Demon Sect. 19 days ago, they wiped out their enemy sect. In 23 days, they pretty much swept all the Demon Path sects in the South and South Wind Cloud continent. At the start, these Demon Path powers try to fight back. However, when hundreds of thousands of Demon Sect disciples died under the blades of the 100,000 cavalry, they didn't dare to fight back. There were very few Demon Path sects who dared to defend their mountains. It wasn't the first time a sect like the Flame Blood sect fled. Zhongsho wasn't disappointed. Anyways, he didn't come here to slaughter. At this moment, tens of thousands of spiritual lights were rising from the various spaceships. Tens of miles away, they struck towards the direction of the Flame Blood sect. In just a moment, the Flame Blood sky island in front of them was covered by numerous spells. Instantly, the mountain cracked and stone cracked, dust flew all about. The spirit masters on the spaceships didn't stop there. At this moment, they were all adept at gathering spiritual energy, condensing new spells, and then releasing them. A full half a day later, they stopped. At this moment, on the island in the distance, all the hills were smashed. The entire island was flattened, leaving behind a scene of destruction. Tens of thousands of spirit masters striking out with spells. This was pretty much a fixed ceremony in front of each Demon Path Mountain sect. It didn't matter if these sects fought back or fled. Once the smoke and dust dissipated, Zhongsho flashed out of the jade carriage. In the next moment, he was already standing on this blood flame island. After being struck by tens of thousands of spirit masters, no matter what kind of traps there were on this island, they would all be flattened. There was no need to worry. Roughly 12 days ago, the South Border Underworld Dragon Manor that fled had buried hundreds of Xianming Death Energy Pearls within their mountain. Zhongsho didn't fall for it, using spells to cover and suppress it. It caused the pearls to explode in advance, causing the people in the Underworld Dragon Manor to all die. With the example of the past, those sects didn't waste time scheming anymore. Before Zhongsho's army arrived, they decisively left their mountain. Zhongsho continued to do what he wanted, following his own rhythm. Chaotic spiritual energy waves. It slowly calmed down. Zhongsho looked around, only to see that there was nothing intact on this island. Everything was blown to smithereens. That world-destroying, God-venerable statue seemed to have been taken away, disappearing without a trace. However, at this moment, Mingyu, who flashed to his side, had a joyful expression in her eyes. It seems like this world-destroying God Venerable has fallen from the End Realm and is no different from normal God Venerable. More importantly, be it Qing Xian, Tai Wang, or Confucian faction Juzi, they didn't interfere. The first two were still okay. Their spiritual senses were locked onto Zhongsho's body. The latter seemed to be really worried and didn't show his face. He didn't even show any signs of threatening him. Zhongsho nodded slightly, suddenly slashing towards the space beside him. On the sword body, numerous lightning bolts flashed, forcefully nailing into the void. In his eardrums, there was an ear-piercing cry. It didn't sound like a living person. It was the cry of the world, destroying God Venerable. Although the statue was moved away, the altar didn't exist anymore. However, the point where the God power gathered wouldn't change in a short while. At this moment, the God refined sword was something that could counter its God power. Stabbing out with a sword, it smashed the core of the wish power that was connected to one another. A bloodlight rose up on the god-refined sword body, but it quickly dimmed and returned to its original purple-gold color. The god-refined sword absorbed the spiritual sense power, which was of little help to it. It wasn't worth mentioning at all. At this moment, along with the world-destroying god Venerable falling to Saint Realm, it was even more so. More and more soul remembrance power was stored within the god-refined sword, slowly increasing the quality of the sword. When the quantity changed enough, there would be a qualitative change. Little Gold and Hanshi didn't fly out. These two things could only use the broken pieces of the statue to absorb the god power which was beneficial to them. They couldn't directly consume it. This was why they were really well-behaved and stayed in his sleeves. At this moment, Little Gold was in the shape of a jelly, its body burning with white flames. It actually used god power as a flame to help him merge the various spiritual iron and spiritual items into one. Hanshi was alone in a huge Lingjia ring, splitting up soldier ants. At this moment, there were already 70 silver fire soldier ants. The number of soldier ants could be compared to the last two Source Ocean Big Dipper demon slaying sword formations. This was a subconscious thought, but when it appeared in his mind, Zhongsho was slightly moved. These soldier ants were all at initial celestial realm. Not only were their abilities the same, but even their body structure and the nature of their strength were the same. They were pretty much more Dao soldiers than Dao soldiers. They also had a certain level of intelligence. Why couldn't he deduce a special Dao soldier formation for these soldier ants? With Hanshi's intelligence, it would definitely be able to grasp it. It didn't need to be as perfect as the Imperial Demon slaying sword formation. It just needed half of its strength. In his hands, he would have a huge killing weapon. Chapter 1102. These Saint Fire Soldier ants were really quick and were good at using the blades on their limbs to kill. Their shells were really firm and their bodies burned with Saint Silver flames. Zhongsho frowned. To design a Dao soldier formation for these soldier ants wasn't an easy matter. Thus, he stopped being distracted and focused back on what was in front of him. Although this blood flame island was forcefully flattened by the spirit masters under him, its spiritual veins still existed. The spiritual energy was so thick that it wasn't any weaker than a low-grade spiritual house. It was a waste to leave it empty like this. They couldn't just wait for the Demon Path Blood Flame sect to come back and rebuild their mountain. Senior Brother Mingyu, how about your Zong Shengdao take over this place? Mingyu seemed to know that Zhongsho would say that, shaking his head like a rattle drum. My Zong Shengdao has no use for it. Thanks to Junior Brother. Now, our 6 sects all have their own main mountains, and the 3 sects each have a branch courtyard. However, going too far is as bad as not going far enough. Zong Shengdao has too few disciples, and too many spiritual lands isn't a good thing. Not only can't we defend, but we will also give others a chance to break through. Zhongsho frowned, but he wasn't too surprised. Zong Shengdao did have too few disciples. To be able to take up close to half of the 20 over Demon Path main mountains was already really tough. Rearranging the spiritual formation and sending disciples to defend would cause the sect to split their strength. He didn't try to persuade them anymore. Zhongsho raised his head and looked into the sky. Without waiting for him to speak, the figure of a young man appeared 3,000 feet away. Ruler, please forgive me. My Kinzo sect is the same. Our situation isn't even as good as Zong Shengdao's. To be able to occupy 6 spiritual lands is already the limit of my sect. There's no other way. Zhongsho didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Such a cultivation spot was something that numerous cultivators wanted but couldn't get. However, both Zong Shengdao and the Kinzo sect were avoiding them like the plague. In the end, their foundations were too shallow. Even if they had the advantage in the cloud world, they were unable to greatly expand their power. The gap between them and the Taoist and demon factions was huge. If the Kinzo sect and Zong Shengdao could not do it, then the Buddhist sect could. Buddhism and Taoism stood side by side in the world. Although they were suppressed by the Taoist faction in the cloud world, in this region, the Buddhist faction was much stronger than the Taoist faction. This spiritual mountain would definitely be able to receive it. However, as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, he heard a Buddhist chant. Infinite beginning and end. My sect should have accepted Buddha, Lord's kindness. However, the purpose of us Buddhist cultivation is to nurture our believers and convert all living beings to nirvana. Although the Blood Flame Island was a good place, it was far away from the human world and there were no traces of humans. To us Buddhists, it is of little value. To put it simply, it was because this place was too remote and there were too few people, making it impossible to attract believers. It was useless for the Buddhist sects to take it, so they could only leave it unused. However, speaking of which, the temples of the Buddhist faction, they were either built on famous spiritual mountains with countless tourists or in the middle of a busy city to gather incense. There were very few true ancient temples in the mountains. Zhongsho couldn't help but feel a headache. The Daqian sect needed to provide for large amounts of martial cultivators and spirit masters and needed enough spiritual lands. However, he didn't need to use this place. Before this, he had already chosen a few good spiritual lands which were enough for his needs. Even if he needed more, these spiritual lands that were so far away from the country and couldn't be used at any time weren't enough for him. The problem was that the remaining sects of the Demon Path were mostly far away from the Cloud Continent and were really secluded. He couldn't occupy them one by one and then let the Demon Path snatch them back. That would go against his intentions. Taking in a deep breath, Zhongsho had some thoughts. I remember that there are a few factionless sects nearby. The so-called factionless sects referred to those that were built by factionless cultivators and didn't belong to any of the 6 great factions of the Cloud World. They were similar to the Kongqi sect that inherited a portion of the Mahis sect and were outside of the few powers, surviving in the cracks. However, these sects were rarely able to obtain enough cultivation resources and were often suppressed and robbed by the other sections. They definitely had a huge desire for such a cultivation place. If they want this Blood Flame Island, they can move over. If one of them can't swallow it, then a few will work together. However, they need to be under the Daqian sect and serve me. Send enough spirit cultivators and martial cultivators to serve me. Mingyu couldn't help but exchange glances with the Kinzo sect teen who showed himself. This move could also be said to be vicious. While weakening the Demon Path, it was also strengthening the strength of the Daqian sect. If those factionless sects wanted to protect this spiritual land under the threat of the Demon Path, they had to rely on the Daqian sect and definitely wouldn't dare to have any other thoughts. However, the moment Zhongsho's words landed, a female voice filled with rage spread out from the distance. Does the ruler really want to wipe out the Demon Path sects? You want to fight to the death with the millions of Demon Path disciples. When the female voice rang out, she seemed to be thousands of miles away. But after a short moment, it was already very close. A white streak of light landed in front of Zhongsho's eyes. A woman with an exquisite figure appeared in front of Zhongsho. They were roughly 300,000 feet apart as she stood in the air. This distance was coincidentally where the spells of the spirit masters on the spaceships couldn't cover. Although she was within the range of Zhongsho's slaying sword, she could escape at any moment. Her aura was hidden as she tried to avoid being locked onto by Zhongsho's sword intent. She wore a white dress, giving off a pure and holy aura, like a fairy descending to the mortal world. However, she was extremely exposed, only covering the important areas with a thin veil. Her snow-white, jade-like skin was revealed. Each action, each frown, each smile caused one's heart to shake, giving off an extremely enchanting feeling. Su Xiao Xiao. Zhongsho's brow rose up. This was the second time he had seen this sky demon vast habitat saint girl. His eyes were in a daze for a moment before he struggled out of the natural charm technique and laughed coldly. I should be the one asking this question to your demon sect. A month ago, when you massacred my people and assassinated my Daqian officials, did your demon sect not think that you would become enemies with the Daqian who has tens of millions of troops, 76 worlds, and 2 cloud continents in the cloud world? Or did you think about it, but you didn't fear it? Just as he spoke, Zhong Shou's spiritual sense spread out. A blood color appeared in his eyes as he looked into the void ahead. He didn't show any mercy. His spiritual sense was searching for where Su Xiaoxiao's true body was. When he locked onto her spiritual sense, it would be time for him to attack. Su Xiaoxiao held her breath and frowned. Just now she used a charm technique to try her best to reduce Zhong Shou's animosity. However, the effect wasn't good. As expected, the nine-tailed sky fox blood was in the illusionary heart mirror. It was the master of all illusions and was also the enemy of illusions. Even if she used this grade 11 top charm technique, even if it was facing a corpse, it would still be able to arouse his desires. However, she couldn't do anything to this young and hot-blooded teen in front of her. Not only was it useless against him, but the charm technique was broken. The few Saint Realm cultivators present were also affected, and they were searching for her location. Luckily, in the next moment, a few strong auras surged over. They restricted these few people such that she only needed to face Zhong Shou. "Ruler, can you stop and let me talk to you peacefully?" Su Xiaoxiao's brow furrowed, and she showed a wronged expression, making one feel pity for her. Her voice was like an orchid in an empty valley, making one unable to help but listen. However, at this moment, the Sky Demon illusionary technique and a charming voice were useless against Zhong Shou. Su Xiaoxiao could only helplessly retreat 30,000 feet. "I know that ruler hates our demon path to the bone. However, in this world, no matter what, we can always discuss it. Do we really have to fight to the death?" Zhong Shou's spiritual sense got closer and closer. He was just a step away from locking onto her soul. He stepped forward step by step. He seemed really slow, but he was swiftly closing the distance between the two of them. In the blink of an eye, it was shortened to 200,000 feet. Su Xiaoxiao was unable to maintain her calmness anymore, and her tone was filled with anxiousness. "Ruler has already pushed our world, destroying God Venerable down to End Realm. Isn't that enough? If you continue and destroy the God Venerable's Dharma golden body, then not only will it fall, but it might even be unable to recover. Ruler's actions have touched the bottom line of our demon path. Ruler, do you know the consequences?" Before Zhong Shou could speak, Su Xiaoxiao said firmly, "At that time, Yuan Demon will stop at nothing. Even if he has to destroy the Cloud World, he won't hesitate." Zhong Shou laughed coldly. "Destroy the Cloud World? Not to mention the world protecting Venerable and Confucian faction Juzi. Even Xinxin Taiwang wouldn't be willing to do so. He planned for thousands of years just to make that heaven-opening god artifact appear. If Wushang Yuan Demon really dared to do that, if he really dared to do so, then it wasn't just Song Xingdao and the Kenzo sect that he had to be enemies with. At this moment, his spiritual sense was just a little bit away from Su Xiaoxiao. Half of the common life sword was revealed from his sleeves. The slaying sword intent had been accumulated to the extreme and was just waiting for that moment to explode out. However, an instant later, a sudden and rapidly approaching aura appeared beside Su Xiaoxiao. "Trash! Do you really think that you are invincible in the Cloud World?" It was a person who replaced Su Xiaoxiao to block Zhong Shou's spiritual sense. He also replaced Su Xiaoxiao to be locked onto by Zhong Shou's sword intent. Then, dozens of black lights rushed through the air and arrived before him. Han Qing, in a hundredth of an instant, he saw the face of the person. As for the black light that was flying through the air, it was the 1,000 evils, 10,000 evils, 10,000 evils, 10,000 evils, profound sky lightning, which was one of the top 10 most powerful devil sect techniques. It was formed by gathering 10,000 types of evil thoughts and thousands of types of evil qi. Zhong Shou wasn't shocked and instead laughed, pulling out his sword without hesitation. Good timing. A ray of light that could surpass all mortals suddenly flashed. In a 6,000th of a breath, it flashed across those black light spots. However, the black light that was so deep that it was hard to see suddenly expanded and swallowed all the 1,000 baleful, 10,000 ruthless profound sky lightning. The sword speed increased once more, and before the people around could react, it was already 200,000 feet away. Su Xiaoxiao's face instantly turned ashen white. It is the unlimited beginning and end ability. Junior brother, be careful. Chapter 1103. It is the unlimited beginning and end ability. Junior brother, be careful. While speaking, Su Xiaoxiao's body was retreating. It caused Han Qing to be covered by the sword light alone. The latter was originally laughing coldly. Did this Zhong Shou think that Han Qing, was the same as a few months ago? His face was really cold as he focused, not noticing Su Xiaoxiao's actions at all. Against the heaven demon, a black glow flashed and instantly reflected everything. All the energy that charged over was reflected back. Even the slaying sword intent and the vengeful lightning power that exploded out after absorbing 49,000 vengeful, 10,000 violent Xianxiao lightning couldn't escape. The sword light in front of him instantly changed from black to white. Everything that was reflected charged forth once more. Han Qing's expression changed once more. Last time, Zhong Shou used the identity of Sword Emperor Tanqing to break his against the heaven demon. He used late spirit realm sword intent to use the common people's killing sword. Through the ingenious changes in the sword technique, he caused a weakness to appear in his reversal ability. This was why Han Qing always thought that he lost, because his cultivation wasn't as good as his opponent's, and his Dao cultivation was too low. It wasn't that his against the heaven demon technique lost him. However, this time Zhong Shou gave up on all the changes in the sword technique. He was really direct, using brute force to slash everything. This was also the first time he experienced the unlimited beginning and end ability of power. The sword light instantly turned into 3 black and 3 white, completing 3 changes in the beginning and end. The power that was reflected also charged back 3 times. Like a flood, each time stronger than the last. Damn it, Han Qing cursed out. His forehead was covered in bean-sized cold sweat. Although the against the heaven demon technique could reflect everything, one had to be able to take it. After all, there was a limit to the amount of power that could be reflected. It depended on one's cultivation and strength. However, Zhong Shou's unlimited beginning and end was like a bottomless pit, swallowing from the end to the end, and then striking back from the beginning. The amount of energy invested was gradually increasing. Every time, he could increase his strength by nearly 2 times. In the sword intent, there was also an additional determination of not returning until it was broken. Swish! Amidst the sharp sound, Han Qing fled from her original spot in a flash at the critical moment. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he was able to dodge in time, he was still injured by the sword energy. You are merely relying on King Dao martial arts. If they were both at the saint level, you, Zhong Shou, may not even be able to last 3 moves against me. I, Han Qing, will remember today's defeat. His body was like a fish swimming through the void, gliding into the distance. A playful smile appeared on Zhong Shou's lips. Wasn't he supposed to be a match for 3 moves? Today, he wouldn't use King Path martial arts or the unlimited beginning and end. The one origin sword's myriad techniques returned to 1. A full 108 stars appeared around Zhong Shou. With 1 slash, all the stars instantly fell. In the distance, Han Qing's pupils constricted. What sort of technique was that? Countless types of laws were mixed together and gathered into 1. It was even more ethereal and unimaginable to ordinary people. It was as if it was one of the escape methods. When the sword slashed down, it actually gave him a feeling like he couldn't dodge and couldn't dodge. Although he had the against the heaven technique, he didn't know how to counter it. With a roar, Han Qing activated all his body protecting artifacts. The against the heaven technique exploded out. He didn't care about anything and just countered everything around. In just a moment, there was a loud explosion in the void. Han Qing scoffed in pain. He actually fell from the clouds into the abyss. His body died in blood. There was pretty much no part of his skin that wasn't damaged. Han Qing looked up in rage at Zhong Shou. He saw that the latter was standing on the clouds. His expression was cold, like he was looking at a dead person as he looked over. This caused him to be filled with rage, unwillingness, and also fear. In just a few more years, he would have the ability to go up against Zhong Shou. Even that unlimited beginning and end ability, even that sword that seemed unblockable, he would be able to counter it. However, at this moment, as long as Zhong Shou slashed out once more, then Han Qing, his pupils constricted once more as he looked on. The god-refined sword had turned into a purple light that was hard to see with the naked eye. Junior brother Han, Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed once more. Hundreds of talismans teleported through the void and appeared above Han Qing. They formed up pretty much instantly to try to block that purple sword light. However, without any hesitation, they were broken by one sword and shattered into pieces. However, when those demonic runes exploded, they coincidentally formed a spiritual energy channel, within which countless amounts of magnetic force flowed. It pushed Zhong Shou's god-refined sword, causing its speed to increase by close to double. Su Xiaoxiao, you bitch. At this moment, Han Qing's face was devoid of blood, and he was furious. He was prepared to use a spiritual treasure that could save his life and escape. However, at this moment, he didn't even have the time to activate it. Against the Heaven Demon counter, the black demonic energy instantly disturbed all the spiritual energy around. However, just as he was about to try to counter the sword light, the purple sword light flashed. That purple gold sword shadow shook slightly, instantly causing all his hard work to go to waste. The sword light broke into his body, and the extremely sharp, slaying sword intent exploded out, wiping out all the life force in his body. Was he, Han Qing, really going to die here? The sword intent continued to surge and attack his heart and brain. At this moment, a black blade struck over. It sliced off his head and dug out his heart. Then, with a flash, it disappeared from the spot. All that was left was a headless and heartless corpse that fell down from the cloud layer. Zhong Shou looked over from afar and was slightly stunned. The person who attacked wasn't any of the demon sect's Saint Realm venerables that he could sense nearby. It also wasn't Wushang Yuan demon Li Bieshue, who was using his spiritual sense to suppress him. He came suddenly and left without any hesitation. He was unbelievably quick. Zhong Shou suspected that if this person sneak attacked, would he be able to react? There was actually such an expert in the demon path. It really wasn't just the blood saint demon lord alone. He couldn't help but be deep in thought. How could a 10,000-year-old sect be simple? This Han Qing was saved by someone, and Zhong Shou felt slightly regretful. This person was arrogant, but that against the heaven demon technique was indeed extraordinary. Even if it couldn't be compared to his unlimited beginning and end ability, it could be listed as a grade 12 world-destroying ability. Its potential was unlimited, and there were very few people in the cloud world who could beat this person. The heaven path was balanced, and there were people like Shuriwei and Gonyuan in the righteous path who were top talents. In the demon sect, there were naturally people who were born. Zhong Shou frowned. Shuriwei was a top expert in the world, and was top in both strategy and strategy. As for Gonyuan, his sword skills showed signs of being a grandmaster in the previous battle. As for this Han Qing, apart from the against the heaven demon technique, he didn't have anything else to be proud of. Unfortunately, his one origin sword wasn't perfected yet. The one origin sword's 10,000 technique returned to one expanded from Long Ying's 9 True Dragon sword, and was also a return of one sword. However, in Zhong Shou's mind, this wasn't the end. After 10,000 technique return to one, it would be returned to one Dao merger. If this sword was formed, even if that person attacked, he would be able to kill Han Qing. Shaking his head, Zhong Shou looked curiously at Su Xiaoxiao. He wasn't in a rush to attack and kill this woman. You wanted him to die. Ruler, did you misunderstand something? Su Xiaoxiao smiled. Before she confirmed that Zhong Shou's killing intent had disappeared, she was still trying her best to avoid being locked onto by his sword intent. If Han Qing couldn't block it, then she couldn't either. I just wanted to help, but I didn't expect that there would be an accident. Junior brother Han treats me really well. Zong shocks inside. People in the demon path were just like that. They would never be able to make a name for themselves. They schemed against one another and even tried to kill one another. It was okay when there was an enemy and they could work together. If they didn't have to worry about life and death, they would become chaotic. Zhong Shou even suspected that if it wasn't for him breaking the world, destroying God Venerable's golden body statue, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Would Wushang Yuan demon care about those demon path sects that were wiped out? Saint Lady wants to use me to kill people. That is actually not inappropriate. Samarim was still filled with doubt, but your methods are a little too obvious. Do you really think that the few demon lords behind you can't see through it? Ruler, are you slandering me? I don't dare to take the blame for plotting against people from the same sect. Su Xiaoxiao retorted seriously, the smile in her eyes getting thicker. Even if you were a ruler, you can't slander others. I definitely won't admit it. Zhong Shou's brow rose up, totally confused. However, just now, the few demon path venerables nearby didn't have any special reaction when Han Qing was about to die. There wasn't much rage in their minds. Thinking back to how these demon path people did things, Zhong Shou understood. Han Qing's rise was indeed a good thing for the sky demon vast habitat. However, it might not be the case for the other sections. In the eyes of those demon lords, maybe Han Qing was a needle in their eyes, a thorn in their flesh. Su Xiaoxiao's actions might have offended some people, but it could also gain the favor of many demon path cultivators. Anyways, there was definitely a deeper meaning. Ruler knows that I am the Saint Lady of the vast habitat. However, you probably don't know that my body is the legendary 10,000 spirit energy body. Su Xiaoxiao combed the hair beside her face. Her tone was like she was explaining to Zhong Shou. When Zhong Shou heard this, his expression became weird. He instinctively looked at her smooth stomach. He had heard of the 10,000 spirit energy body before. It had no effect on one's cultivation. However, for a girl with such a body, as long as her parents were talented, then the child born would definitely be a top-notch cultivation genius. Legend had it that Shi Zi's mother was the 10,000 spirit energy body. However, it was hard to know if it was true or not. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Zhong Shou with an awkward expression and giggled. Junior brother Han is the husband that the elders chose for me. But Xiaoxiao was more in love with the king. If your majesty is willing, Xiaoxiao is willing to offer myself to you. Chapter 1105. Ruler. Actually, this demon girl is not bad. That body, TSK. Those women in the past, compared to Su Xiaoxiao, aren't worth mentioning. Since she willingly threw herself into your arms, why didn't you agree? After Su Xiaoxiao left, Hu Zhongyuan rode his horse to the side of Zhong Shou. Looking in the direction that the demon sect saint girl left, he nearly drooled. Are you worried that Queen Xinyuan and Commander Kong will be jealous? What are you afraid of? A man should have 3 wives and 4 concubines, left and right, and taste all the beauties in the world. Before Hu Zhongyuan could finish his words, a dong sound was heard above his head. Turning around, he saw Chu Shui angrily smashing his head with the back of the blood moon blade. Her eyes opened wide as she stared furiously at him. Hu Zhongyuan was shocked, forgetting that Shui was there too, who knew that his niece would be like a tigress when she was angry. Zhong Shou didn't bother, trying his best to calm himself down. His brows were tightly furrowed as he thought back to the scenes from before. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something wasn't right. This girl isn't bad and is a good match for Junior Brother. Actually, it isn't inappropriate for Junior Brother to have sex with her and fulfill her wishes. Zhong Shou was stunned. This voice actually came from his senior brother Mingyu. Suddenly, a strange feeling arose in his heart. This senior brother had always been serious in speech and manner. What was going on today? He actually made such a joke with him. Mingyu stood with his hands behind his back, deep in thought as he looked in the direction that Su Xiaoxiao left. He muttered, "It should be the 9 secret Yuan demon 7 emotion technique." Oh, Zhongshu's expression was really solemn as he looked towards Mingyu. Just now, did he really fall for that demon girl's technique? His killing intent inexplicably dissipated, and inexplicably, his desire was aroused. However, Yuan Demon 7 Emotion Technique? Why hadn't he heard of this demon path charm technique before? It can't be considered a charm technique. Instead, it was emotions. All sentient beings in the world had emotions. Seduction is only temporary. Only love can last. Mingyu explained in detail, this woman's bewitching technique is only the 10,000 faces. The true foundation was the 9 secret Yuan Demon 7 Emotion Technique. The 7 emotions of the world, joy, anger, grief, fear, love, evil, desire, were all included within. It could control the various emotions of a cultivator. Its battle prowess wasn't great, but it was an extremely terrifying secret technique that was impossible to guard against. No wonder she could become the demonic sex saintess. If it is as expected, Su Xiaoxiao must have used this technique to make you fall in love. Zhongshu's face suddenly turned pale. Could it be that he had fallen in love with this demoness? What kind of joke was this? No matter how strong her technique is, it's impossible for you to like her from the start. This is especially true for someone like you, Junior Marshall Brother. You have a strong will and are proficient in illusions. However, based on what I know, the 9 secret Yuan Demon 7 Emotion Technique has a chance to stimulate one's potential and push the technique to several levels above its peak. At that time, even End Realm experts wouldn't be able to block it. At this moment, Junior Marshall Brother should only have some good feelings for her. However, as time goes on, it would be hard to say. Zhongshu's face turned green. Mingyu smiled and consoled. If it really is such a technique, then Su Xiaoxiao has to pay a price. She has to pay her true feelings. If she doesn't pay her own price, how can she make others truly like her? Zhongshu's mood was even worse. Be it him falling in love with that demoness or Su Xiaoxiao really falling in love with him, it wasn't something that made him feel good. There was also the feeling of being schemed against but being unable to defend against it. It made him feel really annoyed. However, it was obvious that Mingyu didn't have a way to solve it. She just said, "I can't solve it. You are on your own." Then, she irresponsibly left. The battle had ended and the demon path was forced out of the cloud world. Naturally, a Saint Realm venerable like him didn't need to remain here. On the other hand, the sword sex expert, who looked like a young man, gave him a reminder before he left. "Ruler, have you heard of the Tao Heart Demon Seed technique?" Naturally, Zhongshu knew about it. It was famous in the demon path and had many forms. It used talismans as a seed and demon fetus as a cauldron. The more special ones were connected by love. The 7 Spirit sect of Tsang Shengdao's 3 sects and 6 schools was good at this. They only slightly modified the demon path techniques. Today, he was still a cauldron to nurture Zhao Yanran's demon fetus. Not much different, just that there isn't a Tao heart cauldron. Love is a double-edged sword and can hurt both sides. Let's see who is better between the two of you. Will you be bound by her love, or will she become your captive? If you lose to her, you'll be able to raise her Yuan Demon 7 Emotion Technique to a higher level. However, if she loses to you, she won't be able to cut off her love even if she wants to. Moreover, this technique is similar to the wedding dress technique. It is like she is helping you cultivate a path. As he said that, the teen smiled relaxedly. Actually, it is okay. Even if you fall in love, it won't affect your heart and cause you to fall into the demon path. At most, you won't be able to do anything to her. She only wants to breed with you. The demon son born from the 10,000 spirit embryo, I am looking forward to it. Zhongshu was even more annoyed. Breed? Did he think he was a breeding pig? What a mess. However, when this person said that, his heart calmed down slightly. In this world, there were simply too many secret techniques that one couldn't defend against. After the agreement was made, in the blink of an eye, the void outside calmed down. Those Saint Realm venerables were all gone. Even a few End Realm spiritual intents that were suppressing Zhongshu's body were retracted. As for Wushang Yuan Demon being forced out of the Cloud World conflict, causing the alliance of the three factions to collapse, what the Qing Xian Dao Venerable and Zhu Zi would think and react had nothing to do with Zhong Shou. The battle ended, and the spaceships and spirit masters gathered here, as well as the 100,000 elite cavalry, could all leave. 10 years. Returning to the two giant carriages, Zhong Shou's face was really cold. One could foresee that the Demon Path's counterattack in 10 years would be really vicious. However, that Wushang Yuan Demon knew that he wouldn't be able to stay in the Cloud World for long, which was why he was so fearless. He used Su Xiaoxiao's mouth to raise such conditions that he couldn't reject. To chase and kill the culprits who killed the Deqian people would consume a lot of Taishang's strength. To defeat Blood Saint Demon Lord, who was half a step to end realm within 30 years, would be even more difficult. After the army left, Zhong Shou's carriage headed toward Donglin under the protection of 30,000 iron cavalry. Since they had one in the south and the ruler was returning, naturally they needed a huge ceremony. On one hand, it was to show off the strength of the country, and on the other, to raise the morale of the people. Rimbaud had prepared for this for a long time. This stingy old man was actually generous and didn't care about the cost of this ceremony. Since half a month ago, he had been urging him to return as soon as possible. On the second day, Kong Yao sent over some good news. The 5 states in the south had calmed down and were all merged into the Qianland. However, Kong Yao's army also stopped in front of the 100 Victory Pass. Kong Yao tried several times, but returned with no results. There weren't many casualties, but the Sure family head was indeed a famous general. It was not a very dangerous pass, but the defense was impenetrable. As for crossing the river, that was even more impossible. The Taishang Navy still had strength. After choosing to defend, even if Sure Rulin was a genius, there was nothing she could do in a short period of time. In the second hour, the news spread to Taishang. This Zhongshuan really didn't die. At this moment, Emperor Yuanshan had already returned to Taishang. Someone personally saw a teen who looked similar to Zhongshuan enter and exit the Fenghua Palace in front of the carriage. His tracks were really hidden and he was really sneaky. However, he couldn't escape the attention of some people. At this moment, the 18 million Taishang army had collapsed in the south. It caused a few more pillars to be pulled out from the houses that were on the verge of collapsing. This caused numerous people to search for a way out. The Deqian, who had already grasped the power of the Cloud World and had the strength to enter the mid-plains, was the best choice to join. This allowed the Deqian spies to easily reach into the heart of the Taishang in just a few dozen days and nights. At this moment, those aristocratic families in the mid-plains had no secrets in his eyes. If he was willing, he could even find out what the Yinyu's concubines wore. Large amounts of children went missing in the west of the imperial city. They were all born during the day in the sun. The imperial city is in an uproar. Zhong Shouxin was really emotional. Even if he used his feet to think, he knew that there was a problem within. The lives of these children were most probably lost. However, the techniques of the demon sect usually used blood sacrifices on children who were born during the Yin hour. There were very few situations that needed them to be born during the sun. Such a large scale exceeded common sense. Thinking about it for a moment, Zhong Shou used a talisman to contact Zhang Huai. The latter used just half a day to give him an answer. I heard that when the Qin Emperor tomb was formed, 4 million commoners were killed. This was also the secret of the tomb. It must be where the Yin energy gathered. After thousands of years in the abyss, the vengeful energy would rise. Young blood of a baby, as long as it is born less than 9 days old, it will contain Xiantian energy and can chase away Yin and evil. This is just my guess, and I can't confirm it. I can only use it as a reference. Zhong Shou frowned. Zhang Huai said that he was guessing. However, he was 90% sure that Yinyu and Zhongshuan wanted to open the tomb in advance. Sighing slightly, Zhong Shou was helpless and could only laugh coldly. The people of another country didn't need him to pity them. As the ruler of a country, it was okay if he couldn't protect them. He actually allowed the evil Dao to harm the lives of his own people. Was such an emperor worthy of being called a saint? What a joke. However, since this Inu was prepared to snatch the 12 gold men, he had no choice but to hesitate. In that case, he naturally couldn't hesitate. He had to make preparations in advance. The third piece of news came from the outer region. He hadn't contacted the Shura race for a long time. To be continued. Chapter 11:06. Night Demon. What Chahohu said was that the Night Demon race and the Shura race had reached an agreement. It was originally a small matter, and there wasn't much conflict between the two races. It was just that there were some conflicts at the border. However, based on what Chahohu knew, the Night Demon race had already ended a small portion of the war. In fact, some of the worlds that they had already occupied had also been given up. Naturally, it couldn't be that the Night Demon race was already weak and had no strength to hold on. Such a large-scale withdrawal was just them retracting their fists so that they could smack out with more strength. Naturally, one could imagine what this race was planning for the Night Demon race to go all out. It was okay if they didn't make a move, but when they did, they would be like lightning. Zhongsho sighed. This was another piece of bad news that made one feel really down. The Liu family internal conflict, the Taoist and Confucian factions, the Qin Emperor tomb opening, along with the Night Demon invasion, all sorts of things came one after another, and there were so many things to do. It made him unable to split himself up, and he felt a huge headache. The Cloud World matter wasn't totally solved, and he already had a new opponent. Originally, he had some hopes for the Mid-Plains, but now, he could only give up. No matter what, he had to defend the celestial world. Zhongsho couldn't help but look into the sky. Did he have to compromise with Qing Xian and Tai Huang? If the flames of war spread to the Cloud World, that was probably something that Qing Xian and Zhu Zi didn't want to see. However, did these few End Realm Saint Venerables really have such noble character? It was already good enough that they didn't try to harm him. Even he himself was unwilling to make peace with them just like that. Speaking of which, he had to get the 12 copper men in the Qin Emperor tomb. At this moment, there was a feeling that time waited for no one. In the end, I am still too weak, and my cultivation is too low. Zhongsho shook his head and suppressed the anxiousness in his heart. It was important to raise his own strength. However, the cultivation path couldn't be rushed. However, this time I owe Brother Cha a favor. Speaking of which, is this person male or female? After occupying the Tianfeng world, he had completed his agreement with Chahohu. Logically speaking, the two sides did not owe each other anything. However, the Azura tribe's help to him couldn't be calculated so simply. Originally, the two families had nothing to do with each other, but this time, it was Chahohu's special reminder. Zhongsho was startled to realize that he was currently dozens of worlds away. There was also a giant crocodile that was eyeing the Cloud World. In fact, they had even quietly completed their preparations and were accumulating their power, waiting to strike. Expanding the army in the Cloud World and turning their attention back to the outer region was something they had to do. Sighing again, Zhongsho felt that he had aged another 10 years. Shaking his head, he took out a Taoist scripture with the title Evil Cloud Policy. It should be called a demonic Tao scripture. However, the aura that lingered on this scripture gave off a trace of demonic aura. This book's grade wasn't high. It was only at the 4th tier. In the martial arts world, it was already a decent martial art and was rare to see. However, to someone like him who grasped Taoist techniques and was no lower than 9th grade heaven shocking grade, it was like trash and not worth mentioning. However, at this moment, Zhongsho was still fully focused, occasionally entering deep thought. These demon sect scriptures were snatched from the demon path sects that were wiped out by him. He couldn't keep it in the Gantia Mountain book depository, but it was useful to Zhongsho. He wanted to build the foundations of a Tao word, so he needed to grasp large amounts of demon path techniques. Everything in the world was split into yin and yang. He couldn't not understand these demon path techniques, just because they were too vicious. Although the book in his hand wasn't of a high grade, it was enough for him to learn. There were some interesting parts within that could make one think. Since he couldn't use them all, then he would just discard the parts. Not bad. If I had cultivated this book back then, I might have been able to break through my barriers from heaven even faster. However, demon path techniques are like that. The start is easy, but the later it gets tougher, using all sorts of tricks to bring out one's life potential, so one can only snatch from others. Be it the yin and yang absorption technique or the various blood sacrifice techniques, they were all set up for that. Speaking of which, the heaven-swallowing energy conversion technique that he grasped could be considered one of the top techniques of the demon path. Oh, what is that? Samarim looked outside curiously, thinking to himself that it was a coincidence. He didn't think much, his body flashing and appearing outside of the carriage. Then he saw a pitch-black object flying over from the void. It was 100,000 feet away and was about to streak across his head. Behind the black stream of light, the figures of the dozen or so cultivators all turned into shadows as they followed closely behind. Their cultivations were actually not bad. One of them was a girl who had God realm strength. Zongsho swept him coldly and turned his spiritual power into a giant hand, grabbing over from afar. He forcefully grabbed that black ball of light. Only when it was in his hand did he notice that it was a piece of metal. It was black, and he couldn't see what material it was made of. He only knew that it wasn't gold, jade, or stone. It was shaped like a pair of wings. Weird. Zongsho's face was filled with shock. This thing could actually block his spiritual sense, unable to reach and to see what was going on. At this moment, the dozen or so cultivators in front of them all stopped and looked over with shocked expressions. Especially the God Realm girl at the front. Her face was ashen white. 30,000 cavalrymen escorted the carriage, accompanied by countless high-level spirit masters, and pulled by 49 dragon horses. In the southeast of the Cloud World, there was only one person who had the ability to make such a scene. Zongsho's spiritual sense was spreading out even further. Roughly 700 miles out, he noticed that there were ruins beneath the abyss. However, from the broken walls and tiles, he knew that this place was once a majestic palace. It is a medieval ruin? Shock appeared in Zongsho's eyes. That should be a portion that sank into the abyss after the Cloud Desolate era, and it shouldn't be more than 8,000 years old. It seemed like it was smashed down by someone. Beside it, there was a clear handprint that was 300,000 feet wide. Even if it wasn't an End Realm Saint Venerable, it was definitely the work of someone in the Saint Realm. There was still a portion of spiritual formations within, and many talismans were broken not long ago. There were also many cultivators who were still searching within. It seemed like it was really a coincidence. There should have been a flaw in the spiritual formation of the medieval ruins, which attracted so many cultivators to search for treasures. However, what exactly was this piece of unknown black iron in his hand? Since he didn't know, he would ask. Zongsho directly said to the dozen cultivators in front of him, "What treasure is this in my hand?" Those cultivators all exchanged glances with one another, until one of the people at the back cupped his hands in confusion and replied, "I don't know either." After the seal was broken, this item flew away on its own. We only treated it as a god metal that could be used to craft artifacts, which was why we chased so hard. Even Ruler can't differentiate the material of this item. Zongsho didn't fully believe it, sweeping the people around him. These people didn't know? However, the material of the item in his hand wasn't ordinary, and it should be good for crafting artifacts. His eyes finally landed on that female god realm. The others were all really curious and didn't fake it at all. Only this woman was at a loss. However, in the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of vexation that was difficult to detect. The other few really didn't know. This woman definitely knew something. Her identity also caught his attention. She seemed to be from the demon's sect. Zongsho's eyes squinted and a dangerous killing intent flashed in his eyes. That woman instantly sensed it, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Her hair stood on end, and she was fully on guard. "I heard that Ruler just made peace with us. Are you going to go against it? My hands aren't stained with the blood of your people, and I haven't entered the Deqian country. Just for a treasure of unknown origin. Could it be that Jun Shang wants to kill someone?" Zhongsho frowned and scoffed coldly. In the end, he retracted his killing intent. His identity was too high and he was too sensitive. It wasn't convenient for him to personally attack this woman. Who are you? Do you know what this item is? I call myself Demon Lotus. My good friends call me Lady Demon Lotus. That woman was afraid of angering Zhongsho and didn't dare to be disrespectful. However, she didn't answer Zhongsho's question. I don't know what this item is. I only know that its value is extraordinary. However, if ruler is willing to let me take a look at it, I might be able to find out. Zhongsho listened on and was deep in thought as he looked at this woman. Her reply was flawless, and she didn't give him any chance at all. However, he felt that this woman had an unusual desire for the wing-shaped black iron in his hand. His spiritual sense had a rough feeling that this item was really important, and he couldn't let it fall into her hands. There is no need. All of you can leave. He waved his sleeves and told them to leave. With a flash, Zhongsho returned to the carriage. As for that black iron, he directly tossed it into his Sumeru's space. Although this item was weird, as long as something similar appeared in the world, he would be able to find out what it was about. 30,000 iron cavalry and carriage left in a majestic manner. The dozen or so cultivators also left one after another. A portion of them chose to return to the ruins, while a portion left right away. Only Demon Lotus stood in the air. Her expression was really ugly as she looked in the direction of the carriage. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared beside her. How did this god treasure end up in his hands? It is too much of a coincidence. Is this the will of the heavens? With this item, Blood Saint Demon Lord can directly step into End Realm. Madame Demon Lotus looked at the person beside her with a weird expression. He said that he was noble, but if he really got this treasure, why would he hand it over to Blood Saint Demon Lord? Between the two of them, it would be a life and death battle. It was because this item was simply too precious and too important. The Xian increasing law containing wings is most probably this treasure. Madame Demon Lotus shook her head. I didn't expect that the ruins of Xian sect would hide such a treasure. No matter what, I have to report this matter to Yuan Demon. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.